Okay, we should be live. Make sure. Okay.
I can't even cast Lumos for 2 seconds to do a bit of late night reading without my dorm mates getting riled up.
Our dorm's atrocious. I do wish people would clean up after themselves once in a while.
How do I grab
my homework last night? And it was potions.
I suppose one could smuggle a pattern to the dormitory if one was willing to use a disillusionment charm. But is it worth it for a common cat?
I like to keep a bit of Wiggum potion under my bed. Not naming names, but someone sport a few too many tricks from his uncles.
Someone wrote this book on the Intellectual Confederation of Wizards. I was looking forward to reading it.
Alright, so I did put 128 gigabytes of memory in this computer, and we're gonna see if it's actually stable. It wasn't stable at 5200, so I have to run it slower.
I don't know why the common rooms all have secret ways of entering. Who wants to go into someone else's common room anyway? We were sorted for a reason.
Hold on, so we're running it at...
People are always fussing about it, Michael. Someone was
So I am running the RAM at this speed.
I know what you mean.
4800.
And they shared them in the
Here it is, SK Hynix RAM. For those wondering, for those curious. Yeah, so we have 4 DIMMs of 32 gigs.
I don't think Al's
This one, this one, this one, and this one. And they're all the same. Man, these guys are just having a conversation. They're just gonna talk the whole time. Yeah, but as I was saying, we've got 128 gigabytes of memory. I don't really know like how much better this computer is going to perform with this much RAM, but we got a lot of RAM, so all DDR5, lots of memory. So I took, just like I said in the previous stream, I took the memory out of the Intel computer. I put it in the AMD computer. There will be a video uploaded to the channel probably tomorrow talking about RAM, my experience trying to get RAM up to 128 gigs and seeing like how to make it stable. So far, I don't know if the system is 100% stable. That's what the purpose of this stream is going to look at, is the computer 100% stable for live streaming at 1080p 60, you know, at high bit rate, encoding done on the graphics card, and you know, does the CPU, does the IMC, does all that stuff, does the RAM work together and allow this thing to be stable the whole time through? Because if there's one thing I've learned in the last couple of weeks, is that memory stability is typically key for making sure your system like just behaves properly. Because a lot of what we've done in the last few weeks with Forspoken in particular has shown me how to actually verify that the system with DDR5 is actually stable. So what I have done, I'm currently testing 2 sort of setups. One of them is the one that you guys see live right now. This one has the Ryzen, whoop, we're in the game, hold on. One of them has the Ryzen 9 7950X. We go there, you can see it, 7950X right here. This is the one that has 128 gigabytes of memory. And then the other system that I'm testing, well, obviously it's not on the stream, but it's going to be the i9, the Raptor Lake. So the 13900K. So this one basically has all my EXPO RAM. So you guys remember last time I was talking about how I had all this RAM sitting behind me, all the free RAM from Microcenter that wasn't doing anything? Well, now all that stuff is in the Intel system. So I basically have my XMP RAM is in the AMD computer, and my EXPO memory is in the Intel computers. So everything is reverse. Everything is reversed. So, because I want to be able to do 128 gigabytes in this system, because this is the one that I do most of the video editing on. This is the one that's going to be streaming a lot. So you guys may have noticed in the past, like the memory utilization is typically very high with this computer. And that's because we're doing a lot of stuff in the background. Whereas with the other computer, it's typically not gonna ever really, at least right now, it's not really gonna need that much RAM. If that makes sense. So
So
I guess what we can do is we can just... Oh, the other thing too is we're going to look at these new drivers. So let's go to Hogsmeade, where I always go to test the stability. Or not to test the stability, to test the performance. Or to test the visual quality. What I want to do right now is I want to see how the game looks, because they fixed the issue with the plants. Because remember how the plants had a problem? Yeah, so the white plant bug was fixed on the 7000 series. So if we go and look in here, so we're running the game right now on Ultra. So see, material quality is back up to Ultra, and now we no longer have a problem with the white plants. So that was fixed. So that's good. Oh, I might as well take CPU Z away because I don't need it. So yeah, we don't need this anymore. Okay. So, oops, why am I like? Yeah, let's go this way. I guess I'm going the right way. But it's good that the issues were resolved, so... But the thing is, I was going to cover Wild Hearts. Wild Hearts, I actually requested a Steam refund for that game, and it got approved, so there won't be any Wild Hearts coverage on this channel. Yeah. Not because of the game itself, because of EA. Like, EA makes it so that I can't actually... What was weird, what happened there? I can't actually, like, benchmark Wild Hearts on more than, like, 2 computers. So the problem with that, with EA in general... Hey, Joey. Yeah, good evening. Yeah, I was just talking about how I'm currently running 128 gigabytes of memory now in the computer. So we'll see if it's stable. The goal of this stream is to see how stable the system is. Hopefully the game doesn't crash, I don't blue screen, or the stream doesn't close down on me, and that sort of thing. I forgot what the buttons were. Wait, what? What did that do? Oh, that's the... Wait, not the Accio. That doesn't work. So, yeah, we're running 128 gigs currently. I tested it. So here's the thing. There will be a video that goes up on my channel tomorrow for 128 gigabytes of memory on Ryzen or on AM5. And it's interesting. So currently, so far, everything seems to be good. I put the computer to sleep. I've been away from the computer for, you know, a couple of hours. I came back. I woke it up from sleep. And I started up, you know, the game, and then all the streaming software and everything, then opened up YouTube and went live. So we'll see if it's stable, because typically, if the RAM's not stable, either the game will crash within the next hour, or the stream will close, or the computer will blue screen, or some apps will just hard shut on me. You know, that's typically indicative of RAM instability. So we'll see, because what I've noticed is Ryzen so far seems to, wow, just walking into those stools break them. That's crazy. Seems to have challenges, we'll say, with being stable at certain RAM speeds after you wake the PC from sleep. It seems to be able to boot at high speeds, but if you put the computer to sleep and you wake it up from sleep, and when I say sleep, I'm talking about S3 standby, and you wake it up, it's not necessarily stable. Well, I'm not sure like what the deal is with this. Am I supposed to push this? I probably don't have a...
Lumos.
Hold on. No? I don't know. So, the thing is... for me, it's not so much about having the fastest RAM. It's about having a lot of RAM. See, and when you want to go high density on the RAM, you know, the maximum speed of the memory matters less because we're talking about high density. So we're doing the AMD test first, and then later on I'll test the Intel PC. Although I'm pretty confident the Intel one will probably be able to do 128 gigabytes at 5600 megahertz, which is actually what the RAM that we're running in right now, or we're running with the RAM right now, is supposed to run at, or that's the rated speed. So at some point in the future, the RAM that I'm using right now will probably, all of it, all 128 gigabytes, all 4 sticks, will probably go in the Intel computer, and I'll replace this RAM with like a different set of RAM that's meant to actually work with Ryzen. Because right now I have all my XMP memory. So I have the XMP, G-Skill, the XMP, Corsair Vengeance. All this stuff is in my AMD computers. So like right now we have XMP, G-Skill, Ripjaws, 128 gigabytes, all in the Ryzen 59 or 7950X computer. And then I have Corsair Vengeance, which is also XMP, in the 7700X computer. And then in the 13900K, I have all my AMD EXPO memory in there right now, and it's all mismatched. So I have like one kit is supposed to be 6000 megahertz, the other kit is 5600 megahertz, and yeah, they don't match. And I threw them in Intel, all 4 DIMMs, and it seems to be working. So we'll see if that's actually stable though. So I'm doing worst case. I'm literally doing worst case scenario for both systems. We're doing 128 gigabytes in Ryzen to see how it can handle 128 gigabytes of memory, and we're doing mismatched 4 DIMMs in Intel. so and we have XMP and AMD, and we have EXPO and Intel. So we're gonna see, like, are both of them actually stable? So far the AMD one seems okay. Like, it worked earlier. I tested Forspoken. Forspoken didn't crash on me. I played like a good 20-30 minutes or so, just testing things, running around, and it was rock solid stable, so I guess we're good. Walked away from the machine, like it went to sleep for like 2 hours, came back, woke the computer up, it didn't blue screen, proceeded to just do stuff normally, like start firing up Hogwarts Legacy, all sorts of stuff, and it's working, so seems to be working fine, at least right now. Wait, what's all this stuff? Oh, there's enemies.
Levioso. Accio. Levioso.
They died? Oh, they ran away? I think for those who joined later, I refunded Wild Hearts, so I won't be playing Wild Hearts. Nothing to do with the game itself. It's actually because of EA. EA literally ruined Wild Hearts for people who want to test the game on more than one computer.
There's no telling what lies in wait for me in there.
In a normal amount of time.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Incendio.
I don't know how to get in there. Oh well. Oh wow, I actually made the jump. Is there an enemy over there? There's something in there. I think I'm on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. This is that thing that reminds me of the movie Finding Nemo. When they're like, when you get to the trench, swim through it, not over it. We're actually going over the Forbidden Forest right now, instead of going through it. So I don't know what will happen just by going alongside where it is. Because it looks like, yeah, it looks like it's down there. It's all dark and eerie. So what if I just keep running this way? It looks like this is headed somewhere else. Spiders. Or just trees that are not rendering, or I don't expect the player to be over here or something. Yeah, there's a lot of spiders over there. We're gonna go around, if I still can. Okay, never mind. That didn't work. I guess we're going down. Maybe I can't go down.
Accio. Incendio. Protego.
Oh, I forgot to heal. Oops. Oh. Okay, well maybe we'll go like from the way we're supposed to go into the forest and not just drop down.
In there.
Yeah, let's go this way. I don't even understand how I got so high up here. I guess I have to run all the way around. What was that? This game doesn't have, the only thing this game is lacking, this game doesn't have like a button to reset the camera. What was that? Don't know what all this stuff does. I don't know what that's for. Do you stream AV codec for OBS? What do you mean? AV code? Are you talking about AV1? Is that what you're asking? Well, that's a big bird. AV1. So, okay, a couple of things about that. So with this graphics card, we are using the Radeon RX 7900 XTX, or the RX 7900 XTX. This graphics card allows you to encode video in AV1. So you can local record in AV1, but you cannot stream in AV1 because the provider, which is in this case is YouTube, does not allow it. So I could stream in AV1, but I cannot because YouTube will not accept the video as a source input. Same thing with any other content provider. So the answer is yes. If I want to local record, I can do that in AV1. I can encode videos in AV1. And then I can upload them to YouTube, but I cannot live stream in AV1 because not because of me, but because YouTube will not allow it. Oh dear, I don't know if I should have done that. Oh wow. You know what?
My fault you're a deadly great spider.
I don't have very many healing items, actually. So I guess, what do I do? Just burn this web? Wait, I don't even need to go this way, though. Or did we already get everything? This isn't even the right way. I'm supposed to go... Wait, no, it is the right way. Never mind.
Incendio.
You have 4080. Do not compatible streaming for OBS. You cannot stream in AV1. So it's basically a marketing gimmick. It will become useful when websites decide to adopt it. But for right now, you can only encode videos with it, and you can only local record gameplay with it. I guess I'm supposed to go there. I'm supposed to meet him at night, I think. And is it getting darker? Okay, I have to wait? Okay.
Here I am, as good as my word.
We meet again, Richard Jackdaw.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to see you. Only a Ravenclaw would travel this far in pursuit of knowledge.
Well said. Now where do we go from here?
Follow me. I shall lead you as far as I can, but I fear I may remain a tad reluctant to revisit the scene of my demise. Keep your eyes open for a bird bath. When you find it, say intramuros. I think it's Latin. Or Greek. As you can imagine, I never paid much attention in school. Shall we?
This is 4K.
Aside from the bird bath, anything else?
I'm
I
playing the
should
game in
look for?
4K.
Indeed.
But obviously the YouTube stream is only
Stonebridge, a
1080p.
waterfall,
It gets
and,
downsampled
if
to
I recall, a
1080p
lake.
for
You'll-
streaming.
You've been very helpful. Thank you.
I mean, I can show you the settings. Here. 4K.
Surprising how much of this is rather unfortunately
4K Ultra.
coming back to me. Yes. You know, the closer we get, the more I'm remembering. Probably best I leave you to it. Simply stick to the path and keep a sharp eye out for that bird bath. Adieu. Is that Latin? Or Greek?
See, I don't like the idea of going in where all these spiders are. I don't know if I'm prepared to do this because I don't I just realized something. I didn't bring that many healing items with me. I literally only have 3 healing items. So it's like if this is gonna be a long main quest, I'm gonna be stuck, like, either, I don't know, like, should I go in or not? Am I supposed to go? Oh boy, okay, hold on, something in there. When you see the boss bar appear on the top of the screen, it just gives you that PTSD Elden Ring moments. Am I supposed to go this way, or am I supposed to go the other way? I'm kind of scared right now. Like, if I go this way... See, Thorn... Oh, man. Level 18? I don't even remember what level I am. Hold on, I need to see, like, what level I am. Level 17... Almost level 18, so it's like, I kind of want to level up, so I guess. That's a level 20. Oh, that's a big boy. Oh, it's a big boy. He's a level 20. Oh, yeah, try this on. Yeah. Yeah. Man, magic's not working. I can't lift him up. Oh, whoa. You better get back. Oh! He keeps repelling me. There we go. He doesn't like the fire though. 31 hit combo? Oh, got him. Okay. Almost got a 50 hit combo. I think there's an achievement if I can get... I know there's an achievement for 100 hit combo. I don't know if there's one for 50. I was so close though.
Nothing to do now but keep going.
Did they all burn? This is the first time I've heard this battle music. haven't heard this battle music before. Man, I'm in the zone though. This game is pretty good. This game is good. The fact that I only have like 3 healing items too is also like keeping me on edge. Cause I don't want to have to die and like repeat any of this stuff. Hold up, there's a dude. There's a dude here. Hold on, there's a dude. Find the cave where Richard died. Hold on.
I would say that Irondale is not.
There's poachers here.
The waterfall. For a thief, Jackdaw's surprisingly as good as his word.
Wait, is that? This is not where I was. Is this a completely different path? Oh, there's centaurs over there. I don't know if I want to go over there. Hold on, I'm going further away from the objective though. So I guess I do have to go this way. If I remember correctly, centaurs have like a really good sense of smell, so I'm not gonna go near them. They're just gonna figure out where I am. Why is it playing this type of music? It makes me feel like I've aggroed something. What is this? What is puff skin? Huh? It looks like it's the right way. Oh, do I really have to go past centaurs? Okay, it looks like they're over there.
Something oddly solemn about this place. Such regal creatures, Stags.
So there's a left path and there's a right path. Hold on. So the left looks like it goes this way? Oh no, hold on. So I'm facing, I wish you could rotate the map. So if I go left, it goes this way. Oh, that looks like it goes back to the way. It goes to a bandit camp. And if I go right, it's gonna go to this thing. So that leads to bandits. I don't think I want to go that way.
There it is. Just as Jackdaw described.
Is this it? Do I still need to be hidden? Disarm an enemy? How? There's no one around. Alright, I don't think I need to be invisible. Whisper the password? You're already at your destination. Whisper the password. Fear the old blood. That doesn't seem like it works. It's not fear the old blood. What's the password? The password is Porunga. That doesn't seem to work either. Okay, maybe I don't know what the password is. What is the password from Harry Potter? Belon. What? According to Jack Daw, the cave is not too far inside the Forbidden Forest. He said I should look for a stone bird bath. Intramuros.
Intramuros.
Oh, yeah, of course that's what the password is. How could I have forgotten that? I don't know about this. We're going in with like, what the?
Far from home.
Red Rock knew you'd eventually lead us to whatever it is you're hiding.
Oh snap! These guys look like they're from World of Warcraft.
Leviosa. Protego. I will make you get accustomed to
Wait, why am I going invisible?
Incendio. Accio. Your acrobatics will only postpone the inevitable. Leviosa.
Levioso.
I won't rest till you're well played.
Scarlet Nexus on him.
No risk those loyalists will report back to Ranrock now.
I'll just.
Let's see where Jackdaw has led me.
I don't know. I guess we're going in. I guess we're going in. If I can't handle how scary this game is, I don't know how I'm gonna handle like Resident Evil 4 or even worse, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. Okay.
Wonder how big this place is.
Why is it sunny all of a sudden when it was nighttime outside? What? Yeah, why is it bluish flames? Uh-oh.
These rooms must have something to do with opening this door.
Levioso?
Accio!
Accio? But what?
I can shoot the symbol, but it doesn't stay lit for long. Impressive. That must be where all this leads.
Interesting.
Someone didn't want casual visitors down here.
Wait a minute, there's two paths. Oh. Oh. Okay. This is weird. This is like, it's like you're playing as like young Dumbledore or young Gandalf or something. It's like, because your character in this game has powers that no one else has. It's almost like you're a Maiar. Like if anybody's familiar with like Lord of the Rings lore. It's like you're walking around as a Maiar, learning how to cast spells.
I wonder if any of my spells put me through this.
Because you're the only one who has like telekinetic powers from Scarlet Nexus.
Levioso.
See, like this. Look at that. He just like literally like grabbed the dude like he's playing Dota 2 and he has the hook from Pudge. Did that thing just jump in the ground?
Levioso.
Okay, this guy. Oh, whoops. Whoops. See, the thing is, this game doesn't have like an about face.
Protego. Levioso. Accio.
Hold on. Is that like an optional room? I think that's an optional room. So yeah, let's go do this optional stuff. Come on, Ninja Gaiden 50 Fiend Challenge. Here we go.
I'm not gonna touch those.
Because you got Scarlet Nexus powers. That's what I refer to it as. Uh-oh, my wand's on cooldown. Just like EA and their inability to allow you to play games on more than like one computer.
Incendio. Levioso.
It did all that burrowing in the ground just to get these spells on it. At least the music in this game, at least this battle music doesn't feel as threatening as like the music in Sekiro, because the music in that one, especially when you're in like Mibu Village, it's like really creepy. So far, this 128 gigabytes of RAM is pretty good. It's pretty stable. Oh, that's actually worse than what I already have. It's like you're a sophomore, but you're also like a detective. Whoa. Hold on. Are those things gonna chase me in here?
If I could summon them, I could likely get on.
Uh-oh.
Levioso. Accio. Incendio.
Incendio's really good against these guys.
Protego.
Okay.
Accio.
Am I supposed to hold it down? Oh, wrong one. Wait a minute. Like that? Oh, I think I understand. Okay, hold on. I think I got it. I'm supposed to pull this. Never mind. Oh. That is pretty cool. So far, you know, I like the puzzles in this game.
That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him.
That's all that's here? So I'm supposed to look for pages?
Levioso. Accio.
See, did he just shrink that spider and then step on it?
Another puzzle. Well, if Jackdaw could solve this, so can I. Perhaps the next symbol is hidden somewhere.
That one goes up slow. Oh wait, okay, you know what? Yeah. Slow, medium, or slow, normal, fast, or something like that.
Remarkable.
Why does this make me think of the doors of Pharos in Dark Souls 2? Just the overall path. Another hidden area.
Not a headless skeleton in sight. But I may as well help myself to this.
Okay, so that's the way I came from. So we're gonna go this way. So I need to...
It's a good thing Jackdaw didn't fall down there.
Oh wait, there's 2 paths. Is there 3 paths? Oh, there's 3. Look, I can go this way, that way, or over there. This makes me think of Devil May Cry 5. Let's go over here first. I hear water.
I'm glad Richard Jackdaw left a little
Silver
something
4
behind
eyes
for me.
spectacles. It's like the same thing. Oh, and I also got a new scarf, but I can't wear it yet. Doesn't actually improve the stats though. That's all that's up here. Okay, now I'm gonna go the long path. This one is probably gonna have to fight spiders.
Incendio.
Oh, you gotta burn the spider web to get up there?
That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him.
Okay, this room looks like bad news. Oh, what? You can die to the poison gas? I didn't know that. Okay. I didn't know that green stuff would kill you. I gotta redo this part.
Incendio. An untouched chest. Jackdaw wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave. Protego. Incendio. Levian. Accio.
Oh well, I'm dying to like poison gas or something, or I'm just getting sprayed with acid. You can't run. You cannot run through that room. It's telling me equipping better gear will help. Okay. Like, okay, I'm this far in the game and I don't know that apparently.
Skeleton in sight. But I may as well help myself to this.
Well, that does a lot of damage. See, I'm gonna have to go slow because I don't have a lot of healing items, so I have to. Thankfully, this game recovers your health when you're out of combat.
Incendio. Incendio. Levioso. Levioso. Protego. Accio. Levioso.
Oh, I'm dying to like poison or something. It recovers. Wow, check this out. Bam, it just exploded. Like, what's the point with a spell like that? With abilities like that? With like Dragon Ball Z powers? Why do you need the evil spells? If you have the power of like instant kill without even learning like the forbidden curses.
That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him. Incendio.
How's the 128 gigabyte? That's the whole point, right? Like, I'm testing to see if it's actually stable. So far, it seems to be working. Like, nothing's crashed. I put the computer to sleep. I woke it up. It's not unstable. Typically, if you're running the RAM really fast... Now, we're not running the RAM very fast, but we are running the RAM faster than what the rated speed is per AMD specifications. What's the scariest game you've ever played? Probably either the first Fatal Frame or the third Fatal Frame. One of those two. I haven't finished Resident Evil Village yet. Resident Evil Village really is... There's only like one area in that game that's really terrifying. If anybody's played that game, or if they've seen gameplay footage, you know how Resident Evil Village is split into like 4 areas? I think the second area that most people encounter in that game is probably the most terrifying one. But yeah, I haven't finished Resident Evil Village yet. And then, I don't know, Resident Evil 2 is pretty scary. Although, kind of not. Like, if you cheese Mr. X, then it's kind of, you know, whatever. I haven't played Resident Evil 3, like RE3 remake. I haven't done that one. The one with Jill Valentine and Nemesis. I haven't played that game, so I don't know how scary that one is. Yeah, Village. Okay, so Village. The first part of Village isn't really scary. So you know how there's like 4 major areas. There's like the main village outside where it's all snowy, but then you go inside. You know, like there's the castle with the vampire and her daughters. That place is not really that scary, but there's like a whole nother area like after that area where you have a choice. I don't know if it's 100% linear, but typically the second place in that game. I'm not gonna spoil it, but I'll say like the place where there's like a doll. That place is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And I'll just leave it at that. Fenderer fan. Bjorn Borg was your favorite. What was my favorite player? What are you talking about? Village, yeah. I mean, I haven't finished Village though. I've only really used Village for benchmarking. I can't get through here for some reason.
Incendio.
Wait, did I loot this one? Yeah. Wait, is there like a bug? Hey, look, there's a graphical bug. There's like fire that won't go away. It's not a big deal though. Wait, not that one. Mine is probably Doom 3 or Nightmare Creatures. See, I don't know. Like most games where you have a gun, they don't really seem that scary to me. Like I know Resident Evil, you basically have weapons in that game. You have knives and guns. The more powerful you become, like the better your guns are, the less scary the game seems to be to me. So the reason why I kind of find games, I don't know if you're familiar with the Fatal Frame franchise or Project Zero. Those games to me seem scarier than any game, like any kind of scary game where you have weapons, to me seems less scary compared to a game where you don't really have actual weapons. So, like, for example, in Fatal Frame, the only way you can't really kill the enemies. So basically, Fatal Frame, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. So if you like scary games, March next month is gonna be like scary game time on this channel, because I am going to be streaming for the first time ever. I'm gonna be playing through completely blind Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. That was originally a Japanese only on the Japanese Wii over in Japan. They're finally remastering the game. It's gonna be on Steam. It's gonna be on PC. It's gonna be modern, just like Maiden of Blackwater from 2021. So I will be doing a blind playthrough of Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, and that is gonna be terrifying. That is gonna be absolutely terrifying, because when you go in blind, you have no idea where the ghosts are. And the thing is, with Fatal Frame, you don't have guns. You don't have like a 12 gauge. You don't have any guns. So it's like all you have is a camera, and you can't actually kill a ghost, because, as the name implies, they're already dead, and they're not zombies. They're ghosts. So yeah, it's a whole different level of scary. So yeah, it's terrifying. What would you say the PS5 is closest to when it comes to comparing? So it's actually the RX 6700, non-XT, but relatively close to the XT. So basically, the Xbox Series X is like an RX 6700 XT, and the PlayStation 5 is like an RX 6700. And an RX 67, as Joey pointed out, an RX 6700 is similar to an RTX 2080. And a 6700 XT is similar to a 2080 Ti. So that's what the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are equivalent to. Actually, we don't want to go this way. I think I want to go this way. I know there's one behind me. There's two of them, actually. Okay, what I'm gonna do is burn this one, then kill him, and then this. Where's that other spider? Yeah, I find games where... Oh, that thing fell to its death. Games where you have to fight against ghosts are a lot scarier than games where you fight against zombies or, you know, enemies that are living, technically, I guess. Or, like, you can actually physically touch them, whereas, like, ghosts, you can't actually harm them. So yeah, Fatal Frame I think might be up there in terms of pure like terror. Fatal Frame is probably the scariest franchise I've ever played.
An untouched chest.
This is running really
Radeon
smooth.
Wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave.
Yeah, I don't have any RT turned on though. So as soon as you turn RT on, like this game is super hard to run. But I am running it at 4K and on Ultra, and this is on the latest AMD drivers. So this driver release fixed the issue with the white plants, like the plants outside were white in the distance. So that issue's been fixed. Hardest fun games you've ever tried? Like hardest fun games? That's a really weird question. What do you mean by do you mean like Elden Ring? Dark Souls, like that kind of hardest type of game, or Devil May Cry, or Ninja Gaiden? You know, like I find those type of games fun, but I also find them hard in a way. Like, is that what you mean? Because for me, right now, probably Elden Ring and Neo 2. Those two games are probably my favorite, like modern, challenging, and fun games. And hopefully in a couple of weeks, Wolong Fallen Dynasty will be right up there with them. Like, difficulty-wise, okay, like the hardest game. So, the hardest game that I've played recently that I consider like stupid hard, like just hard for the sake of just being annoyingly difficult, would be Stranger of Paradise. So Final Fantasy Origin Stranger of Paradise, which came out March of last year. That game on like the DLC difficulty levels and Chaos difficulty levels, those are just, it's just way too hard. Like, I'm not able to finish it. I can't do the DLC in that game because I don't want to grind all the item levels. And that game is just way too hard. Like, you get one shot from any, like, random mob could just one-shot you if you don't parry. It's just too hard. Like, it makes Sekiro seem like a joke by comparison. And not in a good way. Like, in a bad way. Like, Stranger of Paradise is hard in a bad way. I'll put it that way. To the point where it kind of ruined the game for me. And I actually really liked Stranger of Paradise. Because I like those type of games. So, like, a lot of people were calling it, like, oh, it's Neo 3, you know, or it's Neo 2.5. No, not really, because it's Final Fantasy. It's like, job-based or class-based, compared to Neo, which is all about, like, being a fancy ninja or samurai. But it's similar gameplay. But, like, Stranger of Paradise had this parry mechanic. It's like they tried to put in the parry mechanic that Sekiro has, but it doesn't really work because enemies in Stranger just don't have, they don't have like stagger bars, for example. So it just doesn't really work. Like, it's just too hard for no reason. Like, it just, it's like it's, I don't know. It's just too hard. Like, it's too hard in a not fun way. Let's just put it that way. Whereas Sekiro is hard in a fun way. Stranger of Paradise is fun in a bad, or hard in a bad way. So hopefully Wolong doesn't end up like Stranger of Paradise, because when I think of Team Ninja has put out like those type of games almost every single year. You think about it, Neo 2 was 2020 on the PlayStation 4. And then Neo 2 got a PC release in 2021. So it was like, okay, Neo 2 console 2020, Neo 2 PC 2021, Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin 2022, Wolong Fallen Dynasty 2023. So when you look at it, it's like they have released that type of game like successively for like the last, we're about 4 years now. So they've been cranking out, like, depending on who you are, you might see it as, oh, they're just cranking out the same stuff over and over again. Or it's like, okay, they're just reusing the same engine and they're just changing the environments, changing the character, the artwork, whatever, the weapons, tweaking the combat system, because that's essentially what they're doing. They're using the Neo 2 engine, which I think is like a more modern Neo 1 engine, and they've just made like games that run off of that same engine. Those games being Stranger of Paradise and Wolong Fallen Dynasty. But I really like those type of games. The only negative aspect of the game is literally just inventory management. The way I describe Neo to people who don't know what I'm talking about, I just tell them, think of it like Dark Souls meets Dark Souls, or I just tell them, think of it like Dark Souls meets Diablo 3. It's Dark Souls plus Diablo 3. So it's like Dark Souls challenging combat, same kind of camera setup, you know, the viewpoint's kind of like Hogwarts Legacy, but it's full of like loot. It's like Diablo 3 when it comes to loot. You kill something, it drops like copious amounts of loot. And most of it's garbage that you'll never use, right? But, you know, sometimes you get lucky and get something really good. That's basically Neo 2, and that's also Stranger of Paradise, and that's probably also going to be Wolong. Although I've heard that Wolong kind of, like, the developers took the feedback from players that the loot is a little bit too much. So I think Wolong is going to tone down the amount of loot that you get. And hopefully it's in a good way, not a bad way. I guess I'm going the right way. How do I get up there? Oh. Wait, what's this? This is a big open room. This is almost like a boss fight room. How are you liking this game? This game so far, in my opinion, is the best game I've played this year so far. Out of the new games, this is the best one. Is there something up here? Oh, you know what? I messed up. I need to... Yeah, okay. I think I understand what I'm supposed to do. I like the puzzles in this game. They're not, like, super hard, but they're also not so brain-dead easy that you're falling asleep the whole time. It's got like a little bit of a Tomb Raider feel to it in these parts of the game. Oh, I got it. I got some healing potions. So far I haven't had to use any of them. This game so far is the best one that I've played. Like, I tried Wild Hearts yesterday, and I don't know, I might end up rebuying Wild Hearts. I feel like I might have been a little bit too harsh, so I refunded that game, and Steam already like refunded my money. I think Wild Hearts is a pretty good game if you like games like Monster Hunter. However, the reason why I refunded the game isn't because of the game. It's actually because of EA. When I found out that EA was the publisher, and then every time I launch the game from Steam, it then launches like EA. Like, first of all, I had like Origin installed, so it uninstalled Origin and then it installed this EA launcher. It's like, why do I have to... Why is it that when I launch the game from Steam, it has to then cross-launch the EA launcher just so I can play the game? Like, why is this a thing? And then the reason why I refunded it is like, okay, I can live with that. But what was the deal breaker for me was, so I played the game yesterday, and it was okay on this computer. Then I played it on Intel Arc, the other computer over there, just to see, you know, like, how does it run on Arc. And I ran into a bunch of problems, but the thing is, the game developers put out a message saying that next week there's going to be a patch that fixes a lot of these problems. So the problem with running it on a 7900 XT or XTX is you have to run the game at, you have to turn reflections down to low, otherwise you have seizure inducing like squares that pop up everywhere there's metal or water. So that was kind of number one problem, but that's okay. I would not refund the game just because of that. I can work around that until the patch, so that's not the issue. So then I go and try to run the game on Intel's Arc GPU. So the funny thing about that is every time I would try to launch Wild Hearts, the game would load up, but it was giving me like 5 FPS. Like 5 to 15 FPS. And I'm like, what? And then I lower the resolution to 1080p. It's still 5 to 10 FPS. So then I'm like, okay, something's wrong. So then I go and I check like the discussion forums on Steam about the game, and people are complaining about like PowerPoint presentation level frame rates and all this stuff, and I'm thinking, okay, so I'm running into the same problem that these people are running into. But what is actually the wrong? Because like everybody's just ranting and ranting and ranting, but no one's doing anything to figure out what's actually the cause. So I go boot up the game, I turn on all like the debug stuff, you know, like Afterburner and the overlays, and then I start turning, then I open Task Manager, and lo and behold, the game is being rendered on the the integrated graphics of a Ryzen 7 7700X. The whole time the game was running, it was literally being rendered on the integrated graphics on my Ryzen AM5 CPU. The Intel Arc was sitting there at like 0% utilization, while this thing was literally being destroyed at like 100% GPU utilization on my integrated graphics. I'm like, what is going on here? So then I close out the game, I go into Windows, I force the game to run in performance mode, you know, I manually select Arc, I go to try to start the game, and the game literally won't run. It'll start up, and then it'll just crash to desktop. Start up, crash to desktop. And I'm like, are you serious? So apparently, either the game thinks, or Windows thinks that either my computer is a laptop on battery power, or the game doesn't understand that when it reads the word AMD, authentic AMD, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a GPU, and when it sees the name Intel on the GPU, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a Core i7. So I think the game thinks that my Intel Arc is the CPU, and my Ryzen CPU it thinks is a Radeon GPU. So it wants to like, okay, this is the GPU, I need to render off of this guy, when it's completely backwards. So that was like a big deal. So the way I fixed that was I had to go into the BIOS and then literally hard disable the integrated graphics chip on the Ryzen CPU, essentially turning it into like, you know, a CPU without any integrated graphics, kind of like a Ryzen 5000 CPU. So then I boot back into Windows. So now the game has no other choice because Arc is the only thing that is going to render the game, and then it actually worked after that. So I was able to fix that problem as a workaround by turning off the IGP in the BIOS. So, you know, like all these kind of workarounds, the people that aren't necessarily tech savvy are going to have no idea, and they're just going to rant and complain, and they're like, why is my 3060 Ti not able to run this game? I'm getting like 10 FPS on my 3080. I'm getting like 15 FPS on my 3090 Ti, when in reality, they probably have one of these, or the game is probably running on their Intel integrated graphics or some nonsense. So it's like, okay, well, that's not the reason why I refunded the game. The reason why I refunded the game is because today, well, okay, so this is kind of like one of the reasons. So if I run the game on this PC, and then I go and try to run the game on the other PC, like I get some stupid pop-up of EA complaining, saying like, your game save is out of sync, please try again later. So I have to wait like 10 minutes. Okay, then, after that, it's like, okay, I can get in the game now. So today, I decided to test the game on a third PC. So, you know, it's like EA complains that, oh, you're using a Ryzen 9, oh, you're using a Ryzen 7. Hold on now, that's a lot of computers. That's a lot of computers, calm down. So you know what? This is the thing that broke, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Then I try to run the game on a third PC with one of these. With one of these. Then enter the Intel Core i9 13900K. I try to start the game with one of these and a 7900 XTX made by AMD reference card, and EA pops up another error message saying, too many users are using your Wild Hearts 3 on this account. Please try again later. And it won't let me play the game. So now the game just won't even launch. So I'm like, okay. Then I start Googling, you know, like, how long do I have to wait? Because it doesn't tell you. It's like, okay, please try again later. So what does that mean? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour? So then I read up online. People are complaining about this for like FIFA and like GeForce Now. It's like GeForce Now, laugh out loud, lol, GeForce Now, really? They're getting this error message with GeForce Now because they're trying to do cloud gaming. So, basically, you have to wait 24 hours or more to be able to then regain access, because it'll reset the cooldown on EA's like DRM server or whatever. And then when I read that, I'm like, yeah, no, I want my money back. We're not playing Wild Hearts anymore. Like that's it. Like that's it. I'm done. No. I'm sorry, Omega Force and the Japanese development team that made Wild Hearts, because it's actually a pretty good game, but you guys really messed up when you chose EA to be your publisher for the West. That literally killed it for me. It was like, EA, no thanks. So, yeah. I opened a case with Steam. I'm like, I want a refund. And guys, just so you know, I have never refunded anything on Steam ever before. Like, this is literally the first time I've ever had to do a Steam refund. So that shows you how bad this is. So it's like, yeah, no. Because it's like, if I can only play the game on like one PC, and if I have to wait 24 hours to then now be able to play the game because they're punishing me because they think that I'm like 3 different people or something, like what? I mean, they can tell, like, it's all coming from the same IP address. So it's like, how do they, like, why do they do? It's like that meme with Jackie Chan. Why you do this? Like, why are you doing this, EA? Like, really? So no, it's like, no, EA, sorry Wild Hearts devs, you guys just lost the sale thanks to your publisher and their stupid anti-consumer practices. So that's probably the first time I've actually done a rant. That was a complete rant on EA and how garbage trash they are with their anti-consumer policies. So yeah, that left a really bad taste in my mouth, and I don't know how I'm gonna play Jedi Lost Survivor now that I think about it, because that game is probably gonna be published by EA, because Fallen Order was EA. So yeah, you guys were gonna see me play Wild Hearts, but unfortunately, nope, that's not gonna happen anymore. Take a breath. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's enough of that, but I guess the summary is, it's gonna take a lot to convince me to ever purchase another game where EA is the publisher. We'll just put it that way. Like, EA is gonna have to either change their policy or whatever, because it's like, I don't understand why this is a thing. Because I'll tell you, like, for instance, Hogwarts Legacy. This game. If I close out of this game, it syncs to the cloud. I go over to the Ryzen 7, turn on the game, it loads right up, no problem. It's up, I can play it on Intel Arc and on Ryzen 7, and everything works. I turn it off, I go to the server room, I fire up the 13900K, same deal. Game boots right up, picks up right where I was, the cloud save synchronizes, you know, everything's there. No problem. All the games that I've ever played that have Steam Save or Steam Cloud saves as a feature have always worked like this. It's like a no-brainer. But, you know, EA just had to go and be a combo breaker, I guess. EA and Draconian DRM, yeah. It's like poor Steam and Omega Force, because, I mean, Steam's just the middleman. Steam's the middleman, and it's like, well, they already refunded my money, so it's like they're quick. They're like on the ball, right? Like they're doing their job. I mean, obviously it's not their fault. And I wrote that. I wrote like a whole essay, you know, like, this is unacceptable. I can't benchmark this game on more than like one PC in a 24-hour period. That's completely unacceptable for what I'm doing. It's too disruptive to my workflow. I can't make proper content in a timely fashion because of that. You know, etc., whatever. And then that's basically the end of that. I'm watching too much Billzoid. I actually haven't watched an episode from Billzoid in a while. That's a really weird comparison. I don't think I've ever been compared to Billzoid. Actually, now I'm kind of confused. I don't really know where I'm supposed to go. Am I supposed to go here? No. I'm supposed to go that way somewhere. But all of the... Oh, okay, over there. This way?
Accio.
This one? No? There's candles up there that are floating. Take a cold shower after that. Yeah, I'm really lost now, though. I don't know. I guess this way? This is where I got the platform. No, it doesn't seem like it's over here either. Unless this room was just meant for collecting these optional treasures. Oh, you know what? Oh, okay, maybe it's... I think I found it. It's over here. Yeah, I think this is it.
An untouched chest. Jackdaw wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave.
No, that's more optional stuff. Is Wild Hearts a budget title? Wild Hearts is an expensive game. So I bought the deluxe edition of Wild Hearts. That's $90. I spent $90 on that game. And if they're gonna do like this sort of nonsense with EA's policies, I'm like, nope, I want my money back. Give me my money back. No. So yeah, I spent $90 on that game, and I'm like, this better allow me to play it on more than like 2 computers at a time, or like, you know, like if I have to wait 24 hours just to be able to play the game again because they think that I logged in on another computer when I did, but it's like, why does this matter when Steam doesn't have this policy? So it's like, no, give me my money back. We're not playing Wild Hearts anymore. It's unfortunate because I kind of liked the game. I thought the game was pretty good. It's been a long time since I've played a Monster Hunter game. I completely skipped Monster Hunter Rise. So you're watching on the new S23? Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm lost. I don't think I'm supposed to... Hold on. Maybe there's something over here? No? Alright, I'm gonna go this way then.
There it is. The bridge, it's almost complete. More spiders. These can't be what the heavy bridge jacked.
Yeah, I just shrunk that guy and stepped on him. That spider. I feel like with spiders, it's better to dodge roll than to Wow, okay. That worked.
There's a victory that came none too soon.
Uh-oh, here comes the big ones. Oh, there's 2 of them. So these are the ones that I can't... Wait, hold on, there's like a little guy.
Levioso. Accio. Incendio.
Fire is... They're weak to fire. See, this is what I mean by this character is like a Maiar from Lord of the Rings. He's got like powers that are not normal for someone from the wizarding world.
Levioso. Incendio.
Farewell, monster. I can only imagine how the spiders have multiplied since Jackdaw came this way.
Fast. Oh, the S23. What's the size difference? Because I'm still using a phone from 2017. My phone's really old. My phone's like the same age as like first gen Ryzen and the GTX 1080 Ti. That's how old my phone is. I mean, although it has 8 gigabytes of RAM. So it was very ahead of its time. I'm using a OnePlus 5. What game are you looking forward to most this year? So, there's only really a few games that are on my list. Most of them are in the first 3 months of this year, so basically Q1. Probably the most anticipated game of the year is Final Fantasy 16, which comes out in June, and it's going to be on the PlayStation 5 as a timed exclusive for at least 6 months. So that one is probably number 1. Number 2 is either this game or Wolong Fallen Dynasty. In my opinion so far, this game is a contender for Game of the Year. Like, it runs well. It didn't have any crazy, like, game-breaking bugs at launch, unlike a lot of other games that we've seen. Like, Wild Hearts has a lot of problems that takes someone who actually knows a lot about tech to be able to resolve a lot of those problems. So you can tell that's not going to review very well. Unless you're playing it on console, then it's fine.
It's hidden somewhere.
Oh, there's gonna be a third one somewhere. Is it on the ceiling? Down there? Maybe it's like over here? Ah, okay.
That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him.
I mean, the other games besides Hogwarts, Final Fantasy, are like Forspoken was not really a super anticipated game, but I was interested in Forspoken because it's the first direct storage based game. And I'll tell you, like, when I tested my 128 gigabytes of RAM, just like I said in the previous live stream, the first thing I did when I got into Windows with the 128 gigabytes of memory, I fired up Forspoken, and the game then then the computer proceeded to BSOD on me. Like, right as Forspoken started up, blue screen of death, right there. So that immediately told me the memory is unstable. So this goes back to what I was telling you guys. Forspoken is an excellent application to test stability of your RAM. Like, it is insanely accurate, because I posted into Windows at 5200 megahertz with 128 gigabytes of RAM, running at uclock equals memclock. So basically Gear 1 mode with 128 gigabytes of RAM, and everything seemed kind of stable. Like, I opened up Hardware Info 64, that didn't have any problem. CPU-Z didn't have any problems. Web browser with Google didn't have any problems. YouTube video playback didn't have any problems, or at least not immediately. And then I go and fire up Forspoken, and literally the game like starts coming up, starts loading, and then bam, blue screen of death right there. I caught it on video too, so that will be in my video that's going to go on the channel tomorrow. I still need to edit that video. And I'm going to edit the video with this PC and see if it's 100% stable while encoding the video for YouTube. So basically then I had to back the memory down to 4800 megahertz, which is what we're running right now. I mean, I guess I can show you. I was looking at it earlier. Where is CPU-Z? So here's the memory. So see, 128 gigabytes of memory right there. The U clock is 2400, and the mem clock is 2400. So that means 4800 megahertz RAM. I am running at the XMP profile timings. I didn't change these. So CL30, 36, 36, 89. You can see this is SK Hynix memory. I 100% recommend SK Hynix, because what I have found is if you run the RAM, if you are messing, or if you're using Samsung memory and you're not running the Samsung memory at its stock configuration, you're gonna have problems. You're just gonna have problems. It's just not gonna be stable. So I can't recommend Samsung anymore. Now I have tested Micron. So I do my Corsair Vengeance kit that is in the Ryzen 7000 or the 7700X CPU. This is running 64 gigs of Micron DDR5, and that stuff is 100% stable with its XMP profile. But I haven't really done too much tweaking with the Micron memory. But so far, I'm not impressed with Samsung. I'm very impressed with Hynix, and so far Micron hasn't really done anything wrong, from what I can tell. But yeah, Hynix is definitely the way to go. You can see like 4 DIMMs, all are the same. They're all, it's like 2 kits of the same G-Skill, Ripjaws, 5600 megahertz on the EXPO profile. So literally all I did was I took the XMP profile and I dropped the multiplier down to 48 instead of 56, so I could get it to run stable. And so far I haven't run into any problems. I tested Forspoken at this with this memory at this configuration for like 20 to 30 minutes, doing all kinds of things like getting into random battles, teleporting around the map, running into the city where there's a lot of NPCs. Basically, I tried to stress test it and do a lot of like random things with the memory to get it to crash, and it was 100% stable, at least in Forspoken. So in my mind, I figured, okay, if Forspoken is stable, then I can try a live stream and see if that is stable. So this is basically the final test. I guess the final test will be rendering the video that's going to go on YouTube tomorrow for, you know, like my experience with 128 gigabytes on Ryzen or an AM5, rendering that in DaVinci Resolve with this very computer. That'll be the final test to tell me that if it's 100% stable or not. Did I test the new? Yeah, we're on the latest drivers. This is the latest AMD drivers, and these drivers fixed the issue with the plants being white, and then as you get closer to them, they turn green. Now they're the way they're supposed to be, so it fixed that issue. So I'm surprised that the drivers actually fixed that issue, because typically problems like that, I would blame the developer. I expect the game developer to fix those type of problems.
Must be getting closer to Jackdaw's remains and those pages.
Because I feel like it's not necessarily AMD's fault. It kind of depends, though. Like the guy that was in the stream who works for Sapphire, like he was saying, the driver team will verify if it's actually a problem with them, or if not, then they'll contact the developers and tell them, hey, you need to fix this.
We meet again, Richard Jackdaw. Oh, shame. Those splinters must be what's left of Ollivander's wand. At least I can take the pages. Here it is. The map that brought your doom, Jackdaw. Is there something beyond this room?
Oh, great. See, he has like insane powers. These enemies, they're from Mortal Shell. Okay, I didn't expect that to work. Oh, I wasted that spell. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh wow, I killed him with his own weapon. This looks like Mortal Shell right here. These enemies, they just look like they're from Mortal Shell. Oh, wow, he broke my shield. Whoa, you can't block him. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Basically, every single one of his attacks are unblockable attacks. I'm gonna assume that I can't. Oh, I see. It's red. It's red. Okay. If it's red, I can't block it. This is supposed to be this game's Ornstein and Smo. Man, fire is actually pretty strong. Like, this dude, I think, has less HP than the other one. Because I've been attacking the sword guy more.
What? That's unnerving. What's happening?
Almost didn't even get any of this loot. How did Forspoken run for me? I mean, I live streamed it with multiple different graphics cards, and it ran. So it runs fine on this graphics card. It really didn't run that well on the Intel graphics card. I mean, I had to do a lot of things to get it to run well on lower end hardware. So at 1440p, like this one, like the XTX can run Forspoken above 60 FPS at 4K. It's kind of weird how my feet are doing this.
I've seen this before. In Gringotts and the restricted section.
Wait a minute. Sometimes they put stuff like in the corners and stuff, so I'm just gonna make sure. Can I still go back?
Where am I? Oh no, the room's starting to flood.
Uh-oh.
How am I being protected? What sort of magic is this? I can only hope this magic protects me until I'm able to make my way out of here. What is this place?
It's almost like the architecture looks like it's from the elves or something. Wow. Are we gonna meet Saruman?
Can it be?
Hold on, hold on. There was like a stairs. What's over here?
Revelio.
I just realized I never used Revelio the whole time until just now. I should have been using it like in that entire dungeon.
It's you.
Has someone finally found our map chamber?
I recognize you from the Pensieves. You're Professor Rackham.
I am indeed. I must confess that I am surprised to see someone so young standing before me.
I'm the same age that you and Isadora Morganach were when you started at Hogwarts.
You've paid attention, and might I presume you share our ability?
To see traces of ancient magic? Yes, sir, I do.
As you have likely realized by now, our ability gives us a unique relationship with all forms of magic. We can access expressions of magic that few others can. Opportunities will arise that allow you to sharpen this rare talent. Do not squander them.
I won't, Professor. Thank you.
We have much to discuss. But first, a map found in a certain book led you here. Place the book on the pedestal.
I don't have the book with me, sir.
That is unfortunate. I'm afraid we must pause our conversation until you return with the book.
So, I could have probably skipped this dialogue if I had the book with me?
The statues and carvings in the house on the cliffside, those are of you. Are you a seer?
I am.
Did you know that I would be here?
I cannot say more at present, except to say that your presence here does not entirely surprise me.
I'm a bit confused, sir. Why is this room called the map chamber?
I assure you that all will be clear once the book has been placed on the pedestal.
Okay.
Very well. I'll retrieve the book right away.
Good. We shall speak again once the book is in place.
So I'm gonna have to come back here? Your connection to ancient magic. That's what they're calling this now? Apparently my Super Saiyan powers are called ancient magic. Has unlocked talent. Oh, now we got talents from WoW. You'll receive 1 talent point each time you increase your wizarding level. You have talent points to spend in the talents menu. Okay. I have talent points. Starting at level 5, you may spend these talent points as you wish to enhance your spells, to increase your combat power, stealth, and more. Choose wisely. Talent points may only be spent once, so the number of talents you acquire... So there's no way to respec? Oh, there's no way to respec? Wait, there's room of requirement has stuff? So I can't... Okay, so that means... I don't know what the max level is in this game. He says R. Is the professor still alive? I have no idea. I assume that he's not alive anymore. Because... I think he's from like more than 100 years ago or something. For each Chinese chomping cabbage thrown, a second... Oh, okay, so room of requirement is gonna be like... Okay, so the way I see this is the room of requirement is gonna increase your like non-spells. So basically like your summons, your potions, like these are the sort of things that I think the room of requirement enhances. Venomous tentacle attacks deal additional damage and break shields. Yeah, so okay, so that's what this is. So room of requirement's kind of like Beast Master or something. Sense of secrecy. Enemy's ability to detect you is reduced. Allows you to sprint while using this. That could be useful. Enemies' ability to detect you is reduced. Core? Wait, dark arts. Wait, what? Killing an enemy with a Vada Kedavra kills all cursed enemies? Defeating a cursed enemy restores some of your health. This makes me think of like Shadow Priest from WoW. A cursed effect remains on an enemy from, or maybe like Warlock? I don't know. You think all the pay-to-win games will die out? Why didn't we have play-to-win type of games more like play to actually mine real bitcoins in a treasure hunt game? Well, I don't... You know, all that stuff about like NFTs and stuff, I kind of think that if they were gonna be serious about that sort of stuff, they should do like what you just said. But instead of like bitcoins, maybe NFTs or something. I don't know. Like they could do things like that. I'm not saying they can't do things like that. I just think that it's kind of hard to come up with a business model where that will actually make sense. Core. Wigan Weld heals you to a greater effect. Okay, so wait. Successfully evading an unblockable attack with dodge contributes to the ancient magic meter? That could be good. This one's actually pretty good because I feel like I want to build up the ancient magic abilities. And anytime you fight bosses, they're most likely going to have unblockable spells anyway, so you're going to have to dodge. Blocking a spell with perfect protector will send 2 projectiles back in. That's cool if you're someone who likes to play with perfect timing on like paris and stuff. Increases the range of Revelio. I mean, I don't know. This is only good for like a first playthrough, and then it's like on subsequent playthroughs, like New Game Plus, you wouldn't need this, because you would remember in general where the big main treasures are. Basic cast impacts on airborne enemies contribute more to the ancient magic meter. Yeah, see, like something like this. Okay, so I guess core is focused on just your regular, like pari. Yeah, so pari and counter and all the regular attacks. I think that's what core is. Holding down dodge allows you to vanish quickly. Ooh, that sounds good. Swift sounds really good. Man, okay, I might get this one. I might actually get that one. Basic cast impacts reduce spell cooldowns. That's good too, man. Yeah, the core seems like it's gonna be really good for my playstyle. Incendio unleashes a ring of flame around you. That just makes that spell that just turns that fire spell into a much better AoE spell. Enemies near a target summoned by Accio are also pulled to you. That could be good, but only really good if you have like a lot of AoE. Enemies near a target, because this is not going to help against like boss fights. Enemies near a target levitated by Levioso are also levitated. It's the same thing. Confringo. These two together are actually good. In fact, I feel like these two together is probably how you would get like the 100 hit combo achievement, because you would pull all 3 or pull multiple enemies, then hit all the enemies with fire, and that's gonna like count. That's gonna make the counter go up a lot faster. And if it's an enemy that's still alive, then you do this, so then it like interrupts them again, and then you just repeat with some other spell, I guess. Confringo impacts produce Fiery bolts. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to like research a bit more. I think I might, for now, I might grab this one, holding down dodge. Yeah, I like this one. Let's get this one. I'll get that one for now, and I'll probably get some more later. So if I... Yeah, okay, see that seems very, very... So if you still want to just normal dodge, then if you want to do that, and then you can also... Actually, can I control how far I travel? No, I don't think you can control how far it goes. You either just tap the dodge, or you hold the dodge and it just goes the full distance every time. Is that gonna take me to the room of requirement, or how am I gonna get back there for the book?
I found the pages and the map chamber. Why would I need the book?
Wait. What is this?
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Am I back at Hogwarts? Yeah, I think I'm in Hogwarts now.
Revelio.
Because I feel like I've been down here before, but I couldn't figure out how to open that door.
I'm back at Hogwarts.
Yeah.
I wonder when Professor Fig will be back. I did promise him I wouldn't neglect my studies while he was away. Suppose I have enough to distract myself with till he returns with the book.
Is this over near Hufflepuff or something? Where am I? See, the way they crafted...
To learn Depulso, the banishing charm. Useful for pushing objects or adversaries away. Complete the required tasks and meet me in my classroom.
The way they crafted this game, like, it's... I like how... I feel like... I think in the... When we look back at, like, Dark Souls and From Software's games, I feel like the legacy that development studio will leave on the gaming industry is the idea of crafting interconnected, like an interconnected world map that has locations that are incredibly intricate in terms of how the level is designed, like the verticality, the way that they use patterns to try to confuse you if the game has no mini-map, for example. Because I feel like that's the way... Because I remember exploring Stormvale Castle for the first time in Elden Ring almost a year ago. It's crazy how that game is almost a year old. It'll be like a year old next week. Just remembering how you just kind of get lost because there's so many different corridors and turns and rooms that look similar but they're actually different. You know, without the mini-map, I mean, even this game, I mean, without the mini-map, this game, like, running around Hogwarts, navigating Hogwarts would be almost as challenging, if not just as challenging, as, like, Stormvale Castle. Maybe even more challenging, because I feel like Hogwarts Castle has more places than Stormvale Castle. Not even sure, like, where... I guess I just go... Where am I supposed to go? Oh, I'm actually close to where I need to go. At least I think I am.
Revelio.
Can you imagine? Resident Evil Village, well,
What are you
Resident
up
Evil
to
Village has a
now?
pretty big area to explore too. Oh wait, this is, no. Wait, this is her room? Am I outside? Oh. Oh, I'm over here. Okay, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Secret rooms. Because I could just go to West Tower.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
I guess it's this way. Is that Hagrid's place? Wait, what's...
Revelio.
Am I running out of inventory space? That's the thing that I'm always concerned about in this game. Oh, like these, I need to sell those. What's this? Take this to the room of requirement to reveal its qualities? Okay, I guess I just need to sell that stuff. I need to go to... Oh, wait, what? Matilda Weasley. Quidditch. So, for some reason, the headmaster canceled Quidditch? That'll probably end up as DLC. Where's the closest, flying class lawn? It's like, it should be behind me.
Off
Ah,
on
there it
another
is.
adventure, are we?
Okay, I think I'm gonna learn to fly on the next quest. But what I want to do, I want to go to Hogsmeade. I need to sell the things that I don't need.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
I hope the places are actually open. Wait. I should be an expert on this map because I've been here like so many times benchmarking on so many
If there's
GPUs.
something in particular you're looking for.
Okay, let's sell the stuff I don't need. I don't need this. Wait, that's the same as what I have? funny, WoW, World of Warcraft standardized like the rarity of loot. Like purple, it's always kind of eyebrow raising to sell purples just casually, just walk in, it's like, okay, I don't need this anymore. And then that, whoop, why is it not going there? And then this one we want to keep because that's really, that could be good. So we keep that one. See, cells. Okay, these things are all like rumor requirements stuff, which I still don't have. I'm not that far in the game.
Let me know if there's anything else I can
So
do.
that won't be a thing. But I need more healing potions. Oh, you know what? I need to go check my plants. Is it here? Greenhouses. Oh, I want to mention anybody who is interested in PCIe Gen 5. So, I found out from my local Microcenter that they actually have PCIe Gen 5 SSDs in stock now. I was waiting for those since like December, November timeframe, and they actually have them now. So, but they're expensive, so I didn't get one. I mean, I wish, I mean, I kind of want one just because I feel like it'd be interesting to do content on the channel. But man, if I was a bigger YouTube channel, I could probably get like samples. But the thing is, the thing with samples for a small channel, you don't get to keep them because, you know, typically I can make a video and then I'll like send it back. So, and I'd rather just kind of like use the thing. Do I need to keep making this? I guess, yeah. I need to go, is she a statue? What happened? Oh no, okay. What brand? Inland. Hold on, let me find it for you. If you go on Microcenter's website, you'll find it. It's pretty easy to find. Just search Inland and you'll see it. It's like a $350 2TB SSD. It's rated at 10,000 and 9,000 for read and write. So it's definitely the fastest SSD. This is the first generation of Gen 5, which means, yeah, and that's the thing, like 9,000 has a good point, because the thing is, those Gen 5 SSDs are almost, if not just as fast as DDR3 RAM. So think like DDR3 from like a 4790K Intel i7 from 2014. Like the RAM that would typically be paired up with that kind of CPU is now as fast, or like the Gen 5 SSD is about as fast as that. So let me find the, let's see if like it shows up. I know I saw it. Here it is. Okay, I found it. Let's put this on the channel so you guys can see it. Oh, let me move the chat over here. Let me move this over here. Well, it's gonna blind me. It's gonna blind everybody, but let's go put this on the channel. So check this out. Check this out. There it is, guys. The first the first consumer grade Gen 5 SSD to the market in the West. Because remember, the first time I reported on PCIe Gen 5 SSDs, there was one for sale in Japan. This is the exact same SSD. Because all of the Gen 5 SSDs, look at that, up to 10,000 megabytes per, so basically 10 gigabytes read per second, and 9.5 gigabytes write. It's over 9,000 1400 total bytes written. That's actually pretty good. So you don't have, look at that. Look at that. It's got a fan on it. It's got a fan on it. So when I was looking at this today, I was thinking, if I was gonna get one of these, this is totally going to go with this, the 7700X, because the 7700X is my test rig for benchmarking. And the thing is, the X670 Aorus Elite has one Gen 5 drive slot, but the heatsink that it comes with is not sufficient for Gen 5. So literally what I would do is I'd remove that heatsink and I would buy this thing and I'd just stick this thing right on the motherboard as is, and that's what I would use. And then this is basically going to be the drive for testing Forspoken, because you know what's funny? Forspoken has been tested on Gen 4, Gen 3, SATA, hard drive, and you know, like they've shown the comparisons. But I wonder how a direct storage title would run on one of these. Should you? So Software Tools is asking. I like that channel name, by the way. Software Tools. That's an awesome channel name. Should you get the X3D? Probably. Like, what are you on right now? Like, this thing is pretty insane. Look at the random. Look at the random 4K. 1.5 million IOPS. Random read. Random read is 1.5 million. Joey's getting it tomorrow. Oh man, don't say that. I was tempted. I was tempted to get one today. Like, I was in there today. Cause I was thinking, oh man, cause I asked who was in there. Like, oh, I'm not gonna name any names, but I asked the sales guy. And it was really crowded today for some reason in the evening. I don't know why, compared to like the previous Friday evenings that I've gone in there. But I asked him out of the blue, because the reason why I went in there was to get. I ended up buying an SSD for the Intel for my test bench computer for the 7700X computer, because I'm running out of space. And because I only have a 1 terabyte NVMe drive in there. So what I asked him for was this one. Hold on, let me show you guys. So if you guys remember, this was the one that was on Black Friday sale for like $79.99. So once again, it's not as good as the Black Friday sale, but it's almost as good. It's like $5 more than the Black Friday deal. So I went in there to get one of these. You know, nothing special. It's PCIe Gen 3. It's also slow PCIe Gen 3. You know, it's like 2300. But I needed one of these for my test bench PC because 1 terabyte's not enough space. And these new games are insanely big. Like, Forspoken is like 122 gigabytes. This game, Hogwarts Legacy, is like 95 gigabytes. So, so when I was in there, you know, I asked the sales guy, I was like, well, I want to get one of these. And then I just kind of asked him, you know, like, how, because they were kind of busy, so I didn't want to take up too much of his time. So I just kind of asked him, do you guys have any PCIe Gen 5 SSDs? Or do you know when you're going to get them in stock? And then he pointed down to the bottom of where, like, behind the glass door where they have the SSDs. He kind of pointed down to the bottom row in the bottom right corner. There was a bunch of these. And he was like, there you go. We've got them. He said, we got them in like a few days ago. So, and I saw that. I was like, oh man, 10,000. What? So I was kind of tempted, but then I was like, oh no, I couldn't pull the trigger on it because I'm kind of waiting around to see how those X3D CPUs perform, and that's the reason that's what held me back from impulse buying one of these. It was the fact that I'm waiting for the X3D CPUs, so I have to wait until the end of the month to see how they perform. To determine if I'm actually going to get one or not. And if I don't get one, then I'm definitely going to get one of these. Assuming these stay in stock. Get 2 and put them in RAID 0. That's a fine idea. So the sort of thing with that, though, is there's only a few motherboards that can actually do that. So I would have, if I was gonna do what you're suggesting, I would have to use this motherboard. So the motherboard that we are streaming on right now is the X670E Aorus Master. So this motherboard can actually do what you're suggesting. You can run 2 Gen 5 SSDs in RAID 0 on this very motherboard. So I'd have to use my streaming PC if I was going to actually do RAID 0 with Gen 5 SSDs. However, the Elite, this is the one that the 7700X is running on. This one cannot do that because this one only has a single PCIe Gen 5 SSD slot. Hence the reason why it's called X670. If it was X670E, it would have 24 lanes of Gen 5. But an X670 only has 4 lanes of Gen 5. So it only has 1 Gen 5 drive. And that's going to be the top. And you guys can see, like, this heatsink that comes with this Gen 5 slot is totally not sufficient. Like, this little stick of aluminum is not going to cool a Gen 5 SSD. So, like, what I would do is, if I was going to actually buy that SSD, I'd pop this off, and I wouldn't even use this. You know, I would literally use the massive heatsink with the active cooler, the little fan on there instead. So it's perfect for this motherboard. Like, honestly, that SSD with that cooler is perfect for this motherboard if you just want a single Gen 5. Bad heatsink interferes with the 3090 Ti water block. Oh, yeah, I remember. I remember you telling me that. But see, like, the Aorus Master doesn't have that problem. Well, it's kind of weird. Like, I feel like it'd be challenging, actually. So, if I was gonna do 2 of those in RAID 0 on this motherboard, the top heatsink, this heatsink is massive. This heatsink that you guys see, like, at the top is a huge heatsink. So I'm confident that this heatsink alone can passively cool the Gen 5 drive. But this one down here, so this big plate right here, is one giant heatsink for the 3 other drive slots. One of them, the top one, is a Gen 5. So I feel like that would be a challenge because to cool the second one. Because the graphics card is like up here taking up all this space so that this heatsink wouldn't work. So I would have to see, you know, like, is it overheating using this heatsink, which is shared with 2 other... Now, granted, those 2 other SSDs that I'm using are only Gen 3 SSDs, and they're slow, but it is something to mention. Like, it's not going to get really good cooling. Being under the GPU, you know, all that hot air is going to be blowing up against this heatsink, increasing the temperature, so not really an ideal scenario for cooling a Gen 5 drive. But technically, you know, this motherboard can support 2 Gen 5 SSDs. So there's a reason why these motherboards are expensive, guys. Like, a lot of people were complaining about AMD motherboards being really expensive, but the reality is, like, they're the ones that actually have the full future-proof capabilities. You know, the Intel ones, not so much. I mean, the Intel ones, we talked about those. You can't do Gen 5 on an Intel motherboard without cutting your GPU lanes in half. That's the reason why even though I have the Z790 motherboard, so I have the Z790 Aorus Master. So this is the motherboard that the 13900K is using, but unfortunately, I will never consider... See, look at that thick heatsink. That thick heatsink is the exact same heatsink on the X670E Aorus Master. So you can see that's adequate enough to handle a Gen 5 drive. But unfortunately, I will never consider running a Gen 5 SSD on my Intel system because I don't want to lose half of my GPU lanes. Yeah, so Joey, you're actually the prime candidate to test this because you do have the MSI Ace, and that does have that awesome expander card, the Aero expander for Gen 5 on the PCIe slot. So yeah, you could do that. That will take half of your GPU lanes, though. Just know that that's what it's gonna do. But yeah, like it's unfortunate that the Intel platform, like Intel to stay competitive with AMD and be able to advertise Gen 5 SSD capability, they kind of bolted it on at the last minute to the Z790 chipset by taking half of the GPU lanes, which is basically what the MSI Ace. It won't take the lanes. Are you sure about that? It'll do. Oh, yeah. If it's only a single drive and you're plugging it in on the third slot, you're correct. Yes, it will use the 4 Gen 5 lanes at the bottom that are separate dedicated lanes. I was just referring to the middle slot because the Ace has the X16, it has the X8 and the X4. If you plug it into the X4, it won't. Yeah, it's from the game. The game's still running. If you plug it into the second slot, it will take half of your GPU lanes on the Ace motherboard. But if you plug it in the bottom, it won't. AMD can run all 4. Well, no, it can run. It can run only 2. It can only run 2. Because AMD has 24 lanes of Gen 5. It can run all 4 Gen 5 and no, I think it's gonna take. If you plug it in the top, it's gonna take half the lanes. I mean, I think we talked about this in depth. So, like on the MSI Ace, so this is your 16 lanes of Gen 5. This one down here is split with this. So this is an X8. If you plug anything into this slot, it will cut your GPU lanes down to 8. That's pretty standard stuff. Because it's 8 and 8, so that's 16. And then you have 4 more here, which makes it 20, and then your 4 remaining ones are up here for this Gen 5 slot. So yeah, if you plug it in on the bottom one, it won't use anything. Yeah, I've done the diagram. We can look at the diagram again. It's like toward the bottom, if I remember. Here it is. Yeah, so see, like right here. See? So this is the top PCIe slot, and then this is the second PCIe slot. So as soon as you plug something in here, it's gonna take 8 lanes to this, and then this will be 8 lanes. So it's gonna cut. So if you use the second slot, it will cut. No, the bottom slot is directly wired to the CPU on the MSI Ace. This is the reason why I said in my review content on the motherboards, the Ace is one of the best AM5 motherboards because you have a native PCIe X4 Gen 5 slot at the bottom of the motherboard. One of the reasons why this motherboard is so expensive is because this motherboard probably has this one along with the $1,000 Asus Crosshair Extreme. Those two motherboards have an insane amount of redrivers to regenerate the PCIe Gen 5 signal all the way through the board. Because to run, and I know Buildzoid talked about the exact same thing in another video that he did later on. But in general, to run, I shouldn't have closed that. In general, to run PCIe 5 all the way to the bottom of the motherboard, which is where the third slot is, that is a lot of like components that you need to cancel out like noise and, you know, fix your signal to noise ratio so that the integrity of the Gen 5 signal is kept. No reason to use the second slot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just telling you, like, If you plug it into the middle one, you know, you're gonna lose half of the lanes on the GPU. But yeah, of course, if you plug in the expander card for the SSD in this one, you can get that Gen 5 drive running at Gen 5 speed off of the bottom slot, no problem. It does share. It shares those 4 lanes with an ASMedia adapter that converts PCIe to USB. So this is one of the USB 20 gigs on the back will share bandwidth with this, but you don't need to use that one, so it's not a big deal. What do you think of the Tai Chi? I was going to get that. The Tai Chi is awesome if you want Thunderbolt and USB 4 capability. If you want 40 gig USB-C on the back, you want 2 of them, you get that with the Tai Chi out of the box. So it's very good for virtualization. Yes, because Thunderbolt, it's got Thunderbolt. All the plumbing for Thunderbolt is in the Tai Chi. It's unofficial because it's not Intel, right? But it is Intel. It's not Intel, but it is Intel. What do I mean by that? So X670E Tai Chi. So this motherboard is very good. If you don't need... The one caveat with this motherboard is it is the complete opposite of the MSI Ace, in the sense that the MSI Ace gives you a dedicated X4 slot of pure PCIe Gen 5, whereas the Tai Chi doesn't give you that. The Tai Chi gives you, 16 lanes of Gen 5 to the graphics, and then it gives you 8 lanes shared with the 16. Meaning, if you plug anything in on the second slot, that cuts your GPU down to X8. So think of this second slot as the exact same thing as this second slot on the Ace. So what it does differently, so instead of giving you this pure X4 Gen 5, what the Tai Chi does is they wire it directly to this thing. They use this thing. So Intel JHL 8540 Thunderbolt 4 controller. So the Tai Chi includes an Intel, and remember, we're talking about an AMD motherboard. This is an AMD motherboard. The Tai Chi from ASRock includes the Intel JHL 8540 Thunderbolt 4 controller on the motherboard. So what they have done is they have taken those 4 lanes that would have gone to that open slot, and they have directly wired them to this Thunderbolt 4 controller. So what you get is 2 USB 4 Type-C on the back. So that's what you get. So you trade for an X4 Gen 5 for 2 ports of 40 gig USB 4. That's what you get in return. So if you're someone who really wants the Thunderbolt and the USB-C 40 gig, Tai Chi is going to be better off than the MSI Ace. I will note that MSI, the Ace, is the only... MSI is the only vendor that has no Thunderbolt support on AM5. Meaning there are no, as of right now, I don't know about next year or later this year or whatever, but as of right now, if you want Thunderbolt on AMD, your only options are Asus, ASRock, or Gigabyte. If you want it from day one, you have to go with the Tai Chi, or you have to go with the Crosshair Hero from Asus, or the Crosshair Extreme from Asus. Those are the 3 motherboards that integrate. Well, actually, I take that back. There's one more. The Asus ProArt Creator also includes the Intel JHL 8540 Thunderbolt 4 controller. So there's 3 Asus motherboards, and then there's the ASRock Tai Chi and the Tai Chi Carrera. Those are the motherboard. Those 5 motherboards contain the Thunderbolt controller integrated on the motherboard. If you want it on ASRock, Asus, so like Asus Strix, ASRock Steel Legend, and then Gigabyte Master, Gigabyte Aorus Elite, those motherboards, or the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme, you have to buy a separate dedicated add-on card. I have a complete video guide on how to do this. So if you guys are interested in Thunderbolt, And if you want to add it later, you don't necessarily want to be locked into it, then your best options are going to be either Gigabyte, Aorus, or ASRock Steel Legend, or Asus Strix. Those are going to be the ones to look out for. MSI is a no-go for Thunderbolt, unfortunately. That's their only thing. But what they do give you in return is a pure slot of 4 lanes of Gen 5, which can come in very handy. As we pointed out, I mean, you can plug in that Gen 5 drive for Microcenter, like right in there, and get all the bandwidth. You don't mind the Ace not having it as you don't have the use case? The Taichi has no PCIe slots available if you have a huge video card like the 4090. Yes, but the thing is, the Taichi, so the thing is, that's what I said earlier, right? Like, the whole thing with the Taichi is, the trade-off is, instead of having PCIe lanes, you have 40 gigabit USB 4 built in. That's the difference. So it's like if we go to the manual, and ASRock has a very good manual. ASRock, I think, is the best in terms of documentation. So, like, for example, we go to the block diagram. See, check this out. Here's the Taichi in depth. So right there it is, guys. Intel USB 4 controller Maple Ridge. So that is basically this thing. The JHL. I always say JHL 8540, but that's this thing. See what they've done? Is they've see what would have been an X4 slot of Gen 5? You literally have this thing soldered to it on the board, on the Taichi. So that gives you 2 40 gig USB-C ports on the back. And I will note, you can connect monitors via the USB-C. So meaning if you were going to run this thing with like VMs and you weren't going to run a graphics card, you were just going to use the integrated graphics off of the AMD Ryzen CPU, you could get display out off of both of those USB 4 ports. So you can run 4K monitors off of this controller, in addition to the HDMI. So you can literally drive 3 monitors off of the Taichi without a graphics card at all. So that's pretty cool. And you can drive like all of them at like 4K resolution. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for an integrated graphics chip from AMD. So see, there's a lot of interesting things you can do. So see, that's the thing. Like when people kind of complain about, oh, it's so expensive. The thing is, they don't really actually know what they're buying. They don't know that they're actually getting a Thunderbolt controller, you know, with display out capability and all this other stuff. So that's the reason why. And the cool thing about the Taichi is one of the very few AM5 motherboards that actually has 8 SATA ports. Most motherboards in this category only have 6, if not 4, SATA ports, whereas the Taichi actually has 8, and you can see how they've gotten away with doing it. They have 4 native ones down here off the second chipset, but then they're doing like 4 more. They do all these weird shenanigans with as-media splitters and stuff to convert like Gen 3 lanes into 2, and then they have like a switch here for like this X4. It's crazy, like what they're doing. I don't know if I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna try to avoid like trying to buy like a Gen 5. We need to go back to Hogwarts Legacy, because all this talk about like Gen 5 is making me want that this one like more and more. Wow. With Asus X670E, you're just getting higher prices this generation. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Asus, I traditionally always have bought, when it comes to AMD motherboards, I traditionally have always bought Asus Crosshair. So I have a Crosshair 5, I have a Crosshair 6, and a Crosshair 8. So I have 3 Crosshair motherboards from Asus. But I refused to buy the Crosshair Hero because the Crosshair Hero didn't really. It was so disappointing. Like it doesn't have an X4 Gen 5 slot or even just like an X4 slot in general without stealing lanes from the graphics card. Like the only thing that it has is an X1, which is completely useless. Who's releasing the next NVMe Gen 5? So I don't know. Like, all I know is that currently the only Gen 5 drives that you'll see for the next several months are ones that feature the Phison controller. So it's all gonna be Phison based. Phison PCIe 5.0 controller. So let's take a look. Phison. So they're all gonna be Phison based. So here we go. Well, actually, you know what? It's so new that I don't even think... Yeah, they're not even listed on here. Why are these all Gen 3? I need the Gen 5. Here we go. Phison Gen 5 SSD controller portfolio. So basically, that's what you want to look for. So the Phison E26, I think. Yeah. The E... It's the PS... It's funny how it has the name PS5 in it, even though the PS5 is only Gen 4. So it's obviously it's not... It doesn't stand for PlayStation 5, but it's Phison Gen 5, you know, O26, E26. So that's it. So I can guarantee you right now, this SSD at Microcenter has this Phison E26 controller. So literally, like what we're looking at here, this is basically this SSD with the heatsink removed. So meaning all of the Gen 5 drives at launch in the early days of Gen 5 are all going to feature the same Phison E26, regardless of whether it's Microcenter's house brand, which is Inland, or if we're talking about Crucial, or I don't know about Intel, because Intel probably has some deal with Silicon Motion. That's typically who they use for their controller. And then Samsung also does their own proprietary controller, so those will probably come later, probably in the second half of the year, if I had to guess. So if you want a Gen 5 drive now, your only option is Phison-based controllers, which is fine. I mean, I've never had any problem with Phison-based controllers in my SSDs. I actually have a lot of Inland. Most of my SSDs today are going to be Inland. They're all from Microcenter. I still have a couple of Samsung. I have a lot of like really old Samsung like SATA SSDs. Then I have a few Crucial P1 and Crucial MX300 and MX500, which are SATA-based SSDs. So... yeah, most of what I have today, though, is Inland from Microcenter. And I've never had any problem. My PlayStation 5 is using an Inland Gen 4 SSD with a Phison controller, I might add. And I've never had any problems with it. You were so loyal to Asus until this generation, and you went Aorus Master after seeing your vids. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened to me. I was an Asus guy for, like, over 10 years. And here I am now, like all of my PCs, all three of them are now all on Gigabyte motherboards. And I had no idea, like a year ago, if someone told me I'm gonna switch to Gigabyte, I would have never believed them for a second. But so far, you know, like I haven't had any problems. Gigabyte seems pretty decent with the BIOS updates. The latest one is a Giza 1004, which is the latest one available. And I think like some of the other vendors, depending on the motherboard, haven't even rolled that out yet. So, but yeah, this is the only game in town if you're looking for a Gen 5 drive and you want like that massive speed. Because the randoms though, 1.5 million IOPS for random read. So those wondering what makes a PC feel really fast and really responsive, it is this metric right here. This is the metric. The better this number is, the more responsive, the more like just the overall feel of your computer, just opening up browsers, opening up different applications, closing things, opening things, loading things, loading up games. You know, like the random read 4K is the metric that you want to pay attention to if you're looking for like, how do I make my PC like really, really fast? That's the metric right there, random read. And this is currently the fastest SSD on the planet for like random read and just pure throughput. Like, this blows past the fastest Samsung SSD. This is the new king of SSDs and storage technology. You want the Gigabyte Aorus Gen 5 4 announced last month? Yeah, and the Gigabyte Aorus is also using the same Phison Gen 5 controller. So all of them are going to be E26 based. They're all E26. So Gigabyte, Crucial, Inland, maybe Intel. I don't know. Intel does have their own SSDs. AMD used to have SSDs a long time ago. Like, they used to have like SATA-based SSDs. They partnered with, I think it was OCZ. But then I think OCZ kind of like went downhill or something, and I don't know whatever happened there. AMD also used to have their own RAM too. Like, AMD used to have their own DDR3. I actually have AMD memory. It's called Radeon memory. And it's pretty decent DDR3. It's like 1866 or 2133 DDR3, cast latency 9. It's pretty good. I was using that with my FX 8350 for, you know, like half a decade or whatever. Samsung had a lot of NVMe issues lately. I haven't looked at Samsung in a long time. Intel's SSDs are pretty good. So Intel uses a company called Silicon Motion. Silicon Motion is Intel's controller partner. So if we go to, well, I guess I should have clicked on SSD. Yeah, so if we look at Intel, yeah, so these SSDs, so the current Intel SSDs are actually, well, that's a really good price, actually. That's a really good deal. For a 2 terabyte with 740 total, that's really good. That's really good, man. If this was in, so this was not in stock at my local Microcenter. If this was in stock today, I would have bought this. I would have totally got this instead of the El Cheapo Inland Special. This is This is way faster. This is like the top end for like Gen 3 speed. And that's better endurance durability than what I ended up buying. And I actually paid $5 more than this. Wow. Now I feel like I was ripped off. Yeah, see, Silicon Motion. Silicon Motion SM2265. That's the one in the Intel. That's pretty good IOPS. You know, that's pretty good IOPS, you know. 310,000 on the random read. Doesn't hold a candle to this 1.5 million. But, you know, it's pretty good for Gen 3. 720, that's actually pretty good, honestly. So, the one that I bought, this is the one that I bought. Check this out. I bought one that has 400, and I paid $5 more. And it's slower. So, honestly, like, this is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It really depends on what you're doing with the SSD. I have a bunch of SSDs that only have like 400 total bytes written. I've got a Samsung QVO. Basically, what I'll tell you is if you see endurance that's only like 400, or in the case of Intel, 700, you know, what that means is that it's using QLC flash. That means it's QLC flash. It will never last as long as something that has TLC or MLC. So this high-end one, this super high-end PCIe Gen 5, this is TLC based. Right here, TLC. TLC, that's the reason why the endurance is 1400 right there. So if you want an SSD that's gonna last you for basically 30 plus years, get a TLC SSD. If you want an SSD that can last you like 15 years, get a QLC. That's what I'll tell you. That's the rule of thumb. This is good for like 15 years. And to be honest, and even like this cheapo 400, this is still good for like 15, 20 years. Like guaranteed, QLC. The only way this could die within a decade is if I was literally writing and deleting and writing and deleting and downloading and like deleting the stuff and re-downloading the stuff, and like for example, if I were to install Forspoken and uninstall Forspoken and reinstall Forspoken and uninstall Forspoken, like if I were to do that permanently forever, 24/7, constantly, this drive would probably die within 10 years. I'd probably get about 9 years out of this drive if I was constantly rewriting the drive every single day, every single hour. So honestly, you don't have to worry about this. It's not going to be a big deal. 1200 terabyte written basically means that it's TLC flash. It has nothing to do with 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte, whatever. Obviously, the bigger the drive, the higher the total bytes written will be, because it'll take longer to write the whole drive. So, this is not good endurance, but it's good enough. It's good enough. Like, if all you're gonna do is install games from Steam on this SSD, this is gonna be good for like 15 years. So it's like, it's totally fine. I wouldn't worry about it. You're gonna want to care more about like the actual performance of it. I mean, this does matter. Like the total bytes written does matter, but in the grand scheme of things, not really. Because honestly, like, you're gonna probably use this. Like think about it like this. Think about your first computer that you built and what hard drive you were using at the time. It's like, are you still actually using that hard drive as the primary boot drive today? No, you're not. See? So it's the same thing. Like, if I was gonna use this drive, well, first of all, I wouldn't install Windows on this drive. I would only use this drive for like Steam games, which is exactly what I'm using it for. In fact, Hogwarts Legacy, we are literally streaming Hogwarts Legacy right now from this very drive that you guys see on the screen. Like, no joke. This is what I'm actually using. And it loads totally fine. It works fine, you know, and there's nothing wrong with it. So, wouldn't if you are at unite, what, I guess you're saying, what if you're at 90% capacity filled and you constantly using the last 10%? No, because what will happen is so what a lot of people don't know, and that's the reason why these controllers, like for example the Phison controller, that's the reason why these controllers are so important. Because in reality, if we were doing what you're suggesting, so for example, if the drive was 90% full and there's only 10% remaining, and we keep writing more stuff in that and deleting it and just keeping it at 90 to 100, 90 to 100, 90 to 100 over and over again, what the controller will do, these controllers are designed specifically with firmware to move the blocks around dynamically. Meaning, even though you're at 90% capacity and you're filling it up to like 99% and then you're deleting it again and then rewriting it again, in reality, what's happening is the SSD is playing Tetris. The SSD is constantly playing Tetris with your data. So meaning, just because, like, let's say you have an old Steam game that's literally sitting on the drive and you haven't played that game, you haven't touched that game in like 2 years or more, and it's still sitting on the drive, what the controller is doing is it's actually like moving stuff around. It's literally like moving blocks of data around dynamically, constantly. It's literally playing Tetris. It's trying to fit the blocks in little chunks and shuffle them around. It's doing something called wear leveling. It's wear leveling the drive so that you're not constantly using up the same data blocks over and over and over again, so those wear out first. So it's constantly wear leveling so that you can't actually do what you're suggesting you're trying to do. So to answer your question, no, it will not die faster because the controller will automatically rearrange the data such that all the blocks are relatively the same in terms of their wear level. So again, that's the reason why you really don't have to worry if the drive has a low endurance rating. Typically, the only time the endurance rating actually matters is in a data center. In an actual server farm, it actually matters. Think of it like YouTube. Think of how much data is uploaded to YouTube, streamed to YouTube. Twitch is the same way. Think about how much data is constantly filling up the servers in their data centers globally. Now, most of the archive footage is going into traditional old legacy hard drives, magnetic drives. But at the front end, all the ingest data that's coming in from the outside, that's all going into SSDs for caching. And then from there, they're breaking it out and they're then archiving the footage into the hard drives. So those SSDs on the front end are constantly being rewritten over and over again, constantly every day. So those SSDs in like YouTube's data center, those are the ones where the endurance actually matters. Because day in, day out, they have constant churn 24/7 actually happening all the time. The average user like you and me, we have data sitting on the drive that we're not touching for like weeks, months, even years. So realistically, we're never going to kill the drive. We're not using it enough for it to ever be a problem. So I guess hopefully that answers a lot of those questions on SSDs, because I know like endurance is a thing. It's like, I mean, most of my SSDs are really just kind of like this level. They're all cheap QLC based SSDs, even like my old SATA ones. And I've had a Samsung Evo like 840 for like 8 years now, or 9 years, probably almost a decade, and it still works. In fact, it's the very SSD that my Windows 10 is installed on for my 7700X test rig. So that's using a super old SATA-based 2.5-inch SSD. Eventually, I'll probably like clone it to, you know, something like this, for instance, and then I'll never have to worry about the SSD dying, because now I've rolled it over onto a newer SSD and we're starting the whole process over again. So that's the reason why, you know, it's never really going to be a problem for pretty much every average user, right? Like even someone like me, who I would probably fall into the category of a power user. Even someone like me, I don't worry about ever killing any of my cheap SSDs. All right, so I think that that covers that. But Joey, if you do pick one of these up, let me know if you actually get one. I'm curious to know like what the speed test results will be on this. If you're gonna test it on the MSI Ace motherboard, because that'll be really interesting to see. Because I think if you do actually get one, you're pretty much one of the pioneers, one of the few people that will actually have one of these out in the field. Because there's pretty much no content at all on these drives. Like, there's no reviews on YouTube, there's nothing. So I am kind of tempted to get one, but I really kind of am holding out for those X3D CPUs. And that's a lot of money for an SSD. You know, like, it would be really nice if this was a 3 terabyte. If this was a 3 terabyte, I would totally buy this drive. But man, 2 terabytes at $350, that's a hard sell, but you're really just paying for that bandwidth, that performance. Are you gonna leave the 128? I might. If it's 100% stable, I'll probably do it. I'm actually using all of my RAM right now. So you guys remember I said how I wasn't using my EXPO RAM that I got for free? That stuff is in the Intel computer right now. So it's funny, all my XMP Intel-based memory is in my 2 AMD Ryzen computers, and my AMD-based EXPO memory is in my Intel computer. It's like, it's all flip-flopped. It's all flip-flopped. So let's hold on, let me Bring this over here. Definitely run the test to get the results. Yeah, I'm really curious to know like how that actually performs. So we talked so much that my plants grew, so now I can get more. Waiting around, talking about Phison controllers and Gen 5 SSDs, the plants just literally grew the whole time.
You can't imagine how inconvenient.
I think we need to go... Hold on, where do I need to go? I need to go here. I was surprised, though, to find that Microcenter actually has them. Because I kid you not, if you try to go look up Gen 5 SSDs on Amazon, they're nowhere to be found. You can't get one from Amazon. I don't even know if Newegg has them. Now I want to check Newegg and see if they actually have them. Let me see if Newegg actually has Gen 5 SSDs. So Newegg... I don't see any on Newegg. I think Corsair is supposed to have one. I know Gigabyte announced one, but that's not coming out for a few months. So yeah, you can't get a Gen 5 SSD from you can't get one from Newegg. You can't get one from Amazon. So literally, Microcenter is the only game in town. Wow, this is the reason why Microcenter is legendary in the tech world. It's funny, like, traditional retail actually wins. It actually wins. It beats online. That's crazy for first to market. You're gonna compare it to the FireCuda 5, which is the fastest drive out there. Okay, yeah. That's like a 10,000 RPM hard drive or something. 10,000 RPM versus 10,000 megabytes read. Wow, that's funny. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick while waiting for time to advance here, waiting for the daybreak. But I'll be right back. Okay. Oh wow, it's still taking a long time. I mean, I could advance the time, but I guess we'll just kind of wait and see what happens. Actually, I can look at what other quests I have to do. Flying class. Okay, we're actually gonna learn to fly. Acquire and use a focus potion. Oh, that's what I kind of want to do. I want to see if I can craft more potions. No, I'm still using some hard drives. Actually, let's hold on. Hold on. Let me see something here. I gotta wake up a lot of my drives. Most of them went to sleep. They're waking up. Hold on. Okay. So let's see what I've got. Let's see what I actually have on this computer. Hold on. Let's let me bring back up. I've got to change the window. Okay, so you can see my task manager. It's too big. Is it actually showing the full? Sort of. I mean, yeah, I just managed to fit everything in there. So you guys can see, like, there's the CPU. This is the Ryzen 9 7950X. What do we got? 128 gigs of RAM, and we're only using 29.7 gigs of RAM. So here's one of the drives. So you can see. Oh, you guys can't actually see. Hold on. It's too tall. There it is. Okay, so we're using about 31 gigs of RAM right now. 31 gigs of RAM. So people who say 32 gigs of RAM is enough, I mean, I guess if you don't really do anything hardcore with your computer in terms of like production. But see, 128 gigs, 31 out of 127. So look at that. So this drive, here's a Toshiba. This is an old legacy hard drive. See, type HDD. This is a 10 terabyte hard drive. So this is the hard drive that anytime I make a YouTube video, so the raw footage, the unedited footage is gonna go on this drive, and then also the final edit video that will then go on the YouTube channel, it will also go into this drive. So all legacy, like archive footage from my YouTube channel goes into this drive. So see, it's like, you need a lot of space for that, right? Because these videos, you know, especially if it's like a 4K video, you know, it all adds up. So that's what that's used for. And then this one is the Samsung SSD 860 QVO. So this is another one of those, like, it only has like 400 total byte written endurance. This is a 2 terabyte. This is a SATA-based SSD, meaning this is one of those old 2.5 inch, you know, they have the SATA cable that connects with just like a hard drive. So it's one of the, that's what this is. And then we've got the, what is this? This is a Crucial MX500. This is another SATA-based SSD. This is a 1 terabyte SSD. And then this one, Toshiba. Here's another archival storage drive for my YouTube channel. So this is a 8 terabyte Toshiba drive. So see, so I do have some old legacy hardware. You can see I've got two of them. I have a 10 terabyte Toshiba and I have an 8 terabyte Toshiba. You have a 12 terabyte for backups. All others are NVMe. Yeah, these are my only, you can tell, right? Like, these are my only 2 hard drives. Everything else is all SSD based. So like the C drive. The C drive, it literally says PCIe SSD. This is actually the inland from Microcenter. This is the inland premium, I believe. Gen 3 SSD. This is a 2 terabyte. This is the one that Windows is installed on. So this is the boot drive. And then we have K drive. This is that very cheap, you know, $80 2 terabyte from Microcenter. This is the inland QN322. That one that I showed you guys. The one that only has 4 terabyte. This is where the Steam games are, most of them. And it's also used for, like, a cache drive for when I'm editing the video in DaVinci Resolve. I'll typically load it into this SSD so that it's not super laggy as I'm moving along. I'm scrubbing the timeline. You typically don't want your footage on a hard drive, especially if it's 4K footage raw. If you're trying to like scrub the timeline, you want an SSD for that. So this is one of those cheapo, like QLC based 2 terabytes from Microcenter, and then this one is another SSD. This is a Crucial P1. So this is a Crucial NVMe drive. This is another 1 terabyte hard drive, and then you can see we have the integrated Radeon graphics on the CPU. Because all the new AMD CPUs have integrated graphics now, it's sitting there doing nothing. And then we have the Radeon RX 7900 XTX, which is doing the encoding. If we go to codec 1, so you guys can see, here is a way to see if your GPU is actually doing the encoding work. So in my case, this GPU has dual encoders. Just like an RTX 4090 and 4080, the 7900 XTX also has dual encoders. So you can see video codec 0 and video codec 1. So it looks like the second one, codec 1, is basically, you know, it's using about 43% of the encoder to stream the video, do all the encoding for X264, and push that to YouTube. So you can see, so this is basically a beast of a graphics card without having to pay, you know, $1,600 for like a 4090 for similar capability. AV1, encode, decode, whatever. What would you recommend for good mass storage? Probably either what Joey just said, like a 12 terabyte, or actually, you know, I've been happy with a Toshiba. So I would say an 8 terabyte is probably going to be the most cost efficient. If you're trying to be price conscious, I would say the 8 terabyte is good value. Otherwise, like, you know, 10 terabyte, somewhere around there. You're surprised that 4090s and XTXs are in stock lately? Yeah, they come and go, but they're still kind of hard to find, especially if you're looking for a specific model. Like the Sapphire Nitro is the most elusive XTX model. It's the best one, and it's the hardest one to find. So anyway, that's that. Oh, I wanted to go and see if I can craft potions. Hey, Hades. Oh yeah, hey, Hades. You were asking about the, I didn't even notice. Where is my, oh, there it is. So far, I'm liking this 128 gigs of RAM, though. The computer is silky smooth because there's so much RAM. The funny thing is, when you have so much RAM, your computer can be so lazy. It has so much space, and it just, like, throws data wherever it needs to go. You know, it doesn't have to prioritize, doesn't have to do compression, doesn't have to use the paging file. Just everything goes into RAM, and we're good. So I really like the 128 gigs of RAM. I'll take, like I said earlier, I'll take 128 gigs of RAM over, like, you know, 6,000 megahertz, 32 gigs or whatever, any day of the week.
That would be nice to see you, my young friend.
Oh wait, I'm going to the potions classroom. Am I even? Oh yeah, right here. I want to see if I can craft more like healing items. Yeah, like this for instance. Oh, okay, so I actually have. Need to make a few more of these because I'm running low on them. Yeah, I know. It's like the computer can do whatever it wants now. It's not RAM limited in any way. Not that it was limited at 64 gigs, but you know now it's definitely not limited in any way. Let's see, let's make a few more. Yeah. I have 128 gigs of RAM in this computer. I showed it earlier. I've showed it like 2 or 3 times now. Okay, I only have 1 set of Ashwinder eggs, so I'm not gonna use that up. So let's see. Let's make 1 more, I guess. Yeah, we literally just showed it. I mean, if maybe you came back to the stream, but we showed it earlier on the screen on the task manager, 128 gigs, and I showed it in CPU-Z earlier as well. So I'm pretty stoked because the cool thing is if you're considering 128 gigs of RAM, it's almost like, and you haven't upgraded to AM5 yet, there's just so much capability with these X3D CPUs, because you got to think about it like this. With 128 gigs of RAM, the only thing that I'm missing out on is the higher speed, the higher frequency RAM, because you can't run 128 gigs of RAM at like 6,000 megahertz, for example. At least not 100% stable. You might be able to boot into Windows, but good luck trying to like start streaming Hogwarts Legacy with 128 gigs of RAM, trying to run that stable at 6,000 megahertz, right? So it has to actually be a workable solution. So you're giving up the high-speed frequency for the density and the capacity, right? And I think that's a fair trade. But the thing is, if you pair that up, if you pair 128 gigs of RAM with a X3D CPU, like a 7950 X3D or one of the other two, now you're getting almost the best of both worlds, because the V-cache sort of like compensates for the lack of the high-speed RAM. It makes the high-speed RAM kind of irrelevant, or if not redundant. So now you don't need to worry about high-speed RAM if you have an X3D CPU. So you're good to run 128 gigs, pair that up with an X3D CPU, and now you have very high capacity RAM, and you have the advantages of the V-cache, right? And then on top of that, the AM5 platform gives you PCIe Gen 5. We were just talking about PCIe Gen 5 SSDs that are starting to show up now. So you have that, and you're not having to compromise on stealing lanes from your graphics card for PCIe Gen 5. It all runs independently. So this is the reason why AM5 at launch was an expensive platform, because it's giving you all of this capability that you're going to be able to leverage in the long term. And then on top of that, you'll be able to drop in like a Zen 5 CPU or a Zen 5 Plus or maybe a Zen 6. So, like, there's just so much there that, in my opinion, if I was going to build a brand new PC this year, like, literally, AM5 is really, realistically, as an all-rounder, AM5 is the clear winner. Like, it beats AM4, like, 5800 X3 doesn't even apply anymore. It beats Alder Lake. It beats, Rocket Lake, which is going EOL this year. So really, that only leaves Raptor Lake. Like, 13th gen Intel is literally the only actual competition. But the thing is, like, you're losing the platform capability there. So it really just depends on the user, right? Like, some users won't care, some users don't need Gen 5, or they're not really that into the storage technology, or they don't care if they lose half their GPU lanes, if they want to really run a Gen 5 SSD. then, you know,
Handy
whatever.
resource
Like,
indeed, your field guide.
it just seems to me like the AM5 platform is the best one. Like, objectively, it's the best one. And I'm speaking from personal experience because I have all the platforms, right? I mean, I still have my AM4 motherboard. I don't have a 5800X3D, but I can tell you the AM5 platform is miles ahead of the AM4 platform. Like a few months ago, I would recommend... I would, like, my main reason to recommend Intel over AMD would strictly be on the platform cost, but I feel like the only way I can, like, recommend Intel objectively is only if the buyer is cost conscious and they don't necessarily or ever plan to use any of the newer technology that comes with AM5. Meaning, we could cut corners going with Intel. We could go with DDR4. You know, there's a cost savings there because you can reuse DDR4, assuming you're not on some ancient DDR3 computer from, you know, a decade ago. Are you keen on getting the X3D chips? I am very interested in them, and really, the X3D CPUs are really the only reason why I didn't buy that Gen 5 SSD today. Because I'm holding out for those X3D CPUs to see how they perform. But I do think, like, if this proves to be a good setup for me with 128 gigs of RAM, then yeah, I'm going to strongly consider the X3D CPUs, because those will basically take care of any sort of lack of high-speed memory.
Who do you think will fall from their broom first?
Everybody grab a broom, and we shall get started.
What?
Mr. Clopton, your attention, please.
How do you make the solid... What?
Everyone, please welcome...
Oh, I wonder about that too. How do you do that?
Flying class.
Like when you do an at somebody and it highlights their name?
All of you, how to maneuver on a broomstick safely. As broom flight is, first and foremost, a means of transportation. This, I fear, some of you have forgotten. Diving, rolling, and loop-the-loops will not be taught or in fact tolerated in this class. We'll leave that to professional Quidditch players, like the Toyohashi Tengu. Not a fan, I take it? Now, let's see how well everyone kept up with their practice over the summer holidays. For those who need a refresher, step up to your broom, say up firmly and clearly, then kick your leg over and rest your weight on the seat. Up. Thank you. Now,
What?
your turn.
It's like the broom didn't want to go to school today. She's like, thank you. Up.
One leg over, so there's a leg on each side. None of that side saddle nonsense. A gust of wind will throw you right off.
Okay, I'm probably gonna lose my hat.
And if you hear my whistle while you're in flight, ground yourself at once.
Man, that feels like the way, like,
Good. Now,
this feels like it'd be so easy to fall over.
through each ring in the courtyard. Do take care. The brooms
Wait,
are
how do I
school
go
property.
down?
I want them
okay,
returned
okay.
in one piece.
Man, how do I...
This is brilliant! I think I'm getting the hang of this.
Well done. Now that you're acclimatized to your broom, let's see how well you manage with a more advanced exercise, shall we?
All right. What am I
This
doing?
next set of rings will take you around the grounds for more of a challenge.
What a view!
Hello. Nice day for a flight.
Made it! Did anyone else see that?
Everybody's probably going too fast.
Ah, the old boathouse. Wish you could have experienced crossing the lake as a first year.
Yeah, this game is pretty good, guys. This game is probably, I don't know what else is coming out that's gonna be this kind of scale, besides like Final Fantasy 16.
Ha! Good. I've got this.
Where's that last one? Oh.
Well done. Have a moment. I say, I watched you fly through those rings. You seem to handle yourself on that dusty school broom well enough. I'd imagine you're ready for something a bit more challenging. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We met in the common room. I'm Everett Clopton. So, care to join me for a bit of high-flying fun?
Okay.
Can't say no to that. What did you have in mind?
A bit of a detour, so to speak. Follow me. The tour is about to begin. Follow closely now. Right now, we're flying over the Transfiguration Courtyard. Lovely as ever. Let's hope the headmaster isn't having tea by the window today. Nice to get above it all, isn't it? Ahead of the gardens, the Hufflepuff common room windows just peek out.
Oh, okay, so that's the Hufflepuff area.
How is Everett flying so quickly?
Here's something handy to know. Lean forward for a burst of speed. Helpful if you need to escape a tricky situation.
Lean forward?
Now that's more like it.
You sure you're not part hippogriff?
Oh, okay, that's cool.
There's the famous bridge. Think of all the magic holding it up. I mean, look at it. And the owlery. That's a bit of solid architecture, isn't it?
Flying tips and a jaunt around Hogwarts. This is quite the tour, Everett.
That's Kagawa's whistle. This concludes our tour. Let's hurry back.
So I guess I can just hold the left. Oh wait, oh okay. So you need to do.
Better hurry and hand in our brooms. Dismount here.
And where have you two been?
Oh, hello, Professor. We were trying to get a bit of extra practice in.
Hefty points will be taken from each of you for not following my instructions.
Uh-oh, we're both in the same house.
Mr. Clopton, I am disappointed in you. You're in this class because you're still not showing yourself, or frankly, your broom, the proper respect.
But, Professor...
Enough. Class is finished for the day. As for you, you do well to use better judgment in the future. Chin up. That was some rather good flying.
Sorry about that business with Kagawa, but you have to admit, those views were worth it.
It was worth losing a few house points for that detour.
You seem at home on a broom. Bet if you had a fancy model, you could fly laps around
So you can
Melga.
lose or gain house
She's
points
Kagawa's
depending on your
favorite.
choices.
I could show her a thing or two if I had my own broom. Hate having to return the school broom after class.
Perhaps I have to purchase a broom then?
If you can, you should. Wish I could. I recommend visiting Albie Weeks at Spintwitches in Hogsmeade. He's always looking to test new models. I'll keep an eye out for you in the sky.
Spintwitches is opened in Hogsmeade. All the latest brooms, I hear. Not that I need one. The broom I have at home is the latest model.
Mr. Hill is
I've
always
not
very
forgotten about
helpful
our
with
library
advice.
venture. How did you fare? If you're keen for some illicit spell practice, meet me outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. I know a discreet place near there.
I wish I was a metamorph maiden.
How am I getting these letters? Are these coming to me from the owl or something?
If I could afford the new Bright Spark broom at Spintwitches, I'd be on it now.
He still won't
Meet
eat
me in
around
the 7th floor corridor as soon as you can. I have an idea for somewhere you can focus on your studies, away from prying eyes and distractions.
Madam Kagawa, about what happened in class.
No need to discuss it further. Losing points for Ravenclaw should serve as a deterrent against future escapades. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that I teach you a few additional spells, so please keep an eye out for an owl from me. You're also welcome to drop by any time with questions.
Did I use the... Yes. So I'm currently using... So in this PC, we're currently using all 4 DIMMs of my G-Skill Ripjaws. So all of them that have that XMP 5600 profile. Basically what I did is I left the XMP profile in there, and it booted up, but it's not stable with the XMP profile. So I had to lower the multiplier down to get it to run the way it is right now.
Honestly, the way some of those Slytherins... There you are. The cross one's duelist to beat.
Yeah, so it's funny. So right now, like, I've deployed all my RAM. The Intel computer is using all my EXPO AMD memory, and my AMD computers are using all my Intel EXPO memory. It's weird how that works out.
Slytherins are lucky to the lake.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Never a dull moment.
I will have to test my Intel computer to see if it's actually stable, though, because the problem with Intel, it's going to be a little bit different. So that computer right now is running mismatched RAM. It's running 4 sticks of memory for a total of 64 gigs of RAM, but it is running it at 5600 because one of the kits is 5600 EXPO, and then the other one is 6000 megahertz EXPO. So obviously, you know, to prevent any sort of issue with the lower spec RAM being unstable, I'm running them at the lowest common denominator, which is 5600. So I'm running 4 sticks at 5600 for a total of 64 gigs. So those are only single rank 16 gig DIMMs, but it's still 4 DIMMs. So it's still going to be harder to run than like 2 DIMMs. Can you also test the... Yeah, I'll do that in a future video, but we'll see. It's really annoying to take out all the RAM on my computers because I have the Noctua NHD15 cooler. I have essentially what I have to do to get my RAM in and out of the computer. I have to take out the graphics card. I have to then take off the front fan from the D15. Then that will get me access to the RAM. Then I can remove the RAM. Then I have to go to the other computer. I have to do the exact same thing. Take out the GPU, take off the front fan. It's like a lot more involved compared to someone who just has a liquid cooler on their computer. So it's kind of a hassle. But yeah, I do plan to test Intel with 128 gigs in the future as well. Yeah, it's a lot of work. That's the reason why I'm probably gonna keep the 128 gigs in the AMD system for a while. Because I also not only do I need to test that it's stable at 128 gigs in the AMD system, I have to test the Intel system, which is also running 4 sticks of RAM, and make sure that the 64 gigs of single rank DIMMs are stable at 5600 megahertz. Because like 2 of those DIMMs don't actually have that profile. 2 of those DIMMs is meant to run at 6000 megahertz, and I'm only running them at 5600, so it should be okay. Because the only thing I've done is I've lowered the clock speed, although some of the sub timings are different. So that's where it could potentially be unstable. But I think because the 13th gen typically has a stronger IMC than Ryzen, I kind of think that Intel's probably going to be okay with 4 DIMMs, even though they're mismatched. And they're also, I might add, our EXPO memory, meaning they're meant to go with an AMD system, and I'm running them in an Intel system. But the thing is, I'll tell you, Gigabyte has done an excellent job with backwards compatibility. So like when I installed my XMP RAM in my AMD motherboard, the BIOS recognizes the XMP profile, and it says XMP. You can load the profile. Now, on the Intel computer, with the Gigabyte Z790 Master, that one recognizes, believe it or not, the word EXPO, and it shows the EXPO profile, even though we're on an Intel motherboard. So it seems like it doesn't really matter. It seems like the motherboard manufacturers, at least Gigabyte in this case, has done a very good job in validating that both XMP and EXPO work on AMD motherboards, and they also both work on Intel motherboards. This was surprising to me because historically, XMP has always kind of been baked into the AMD ones, just because AMD didn't have their own kind of standard thing. Obviously, the XMP ones were in the Intel ones. But what I was surprised to see was that the Intel motherboard actually recognized the EXPO profile, because EXPO is relatively new, and where is the incentive from Intel to adopt that? Obviously, Intel did absolutely nothing, and Gigabyte was the one that actually, validated and had to actually say, okay, EXPO works on Intel and XMP works on AMD. So it creates more work for the motherboard manufacturer like Gigabyte. But I will say that I personally, like, if I was given the choice between XMP and EXPO, if everything was the same, if they, let's say they were both like Hynix, they had the exact same memory timings, the exact same primary timings, and they were literally the exact same batch. So whether we're talking like SK Hynix A die or M die, whatever. If I had to choose between EXPO and XMP, I would buy the EXPO edition. And the reason why I would do that is because AMD mandates that if you manufacture RAM and you're going to program an EXPO profile into that RAM when you sell it, you have to publish the timing report. Meaning you have to document and put it out there in the public's eyes what the primary and secondary, not necessarily tertiary as far as I know, but I guess you could get access to that. But the primary and the sub-timings are fully documented and public for the viewers to view. And I've actually gone on G-Skill's website, and it's true, you can go on G-Skill's website. I haven't looked at the others yet, but at least in the case of G-Skill, I can go and pull up EXPO memory, like for instance Flare X or Trident Z5 Neo, and I can download a PDF file that gives me all the timings so I can manually verify them. You cannot get that level of granularity with XMP memory. This is the reason why I would actually buy EXPO RAM, and I would put it in my Intel computer and my AMD computer if given the choice. So I think what this will probably do is this will probably force Intel to publish the same documentation for XMP, because XMP has historically been a mystery. It's a mystery. It's a hidden box. You don't know what the tertiary and secondary timings are that the XMP profile is until you actually set the profile and then go in manually and record down every single value. At least with EXPO profiles, you don't have to do all that extra work. So that is the reason why I like this EXPO standard better. I'm just happy to know that the motherboard, the Intel motherboard, supports EXPO profiles. The room of requirement. Oh, I get access to the room of requirement now. You know what? Let's go do that. Let's do that one.
Oh, my mother makes the most delicious alahot fudge.
Is RAM overclocking worth it? I mean, okay. The thing about RAM overclocking, if you're someone like me and you're gaming at 4K like I am, it's not worth it. I mean, okay, if you just like overclocking, then yeah, it's fun to do it. But if you're playing at 4K, you really don't benefit that much from the higher speed RAM, because you're going to be GPU bound. RAM, high speed RAM only helps with CPU limited scenarios. So, like, if you go and look at, like, videos of people testing overclocked RAM, they'll always be testing at, like, 1080p or 720p resolution. So if you're someone who is gaming at 1080p, then yeah, it could help. It could be better. Now, is it going to be, like, so noticeably better? No, not really. At the end of the day, it's not really that much better. Unless you're, like, on the cusp of, like, you know, the difference between 55 FPS and 70 FPS. Then it kind of makes a difference. But if you're at like 109 FPS at 1080p, you know, higher speed RAM will give you like 10 FPS. So it's like 109 versus 119. I mean, okay, maybe it matters. But, you know, at that point, it's like an individual decision. You game at 1440 ultra wide? Yeah, so in that scenario, it's not really going to make much of a difference. So it's really not worth it. You're better off putting more money into just a better CPU and a better GPU in general. Silly question. You're building a new PC, you just bought B650E, and you're looking for DDR5. You saw one 6000 CL30, but it says it's just for XMP. That means it's... No, it'll totally work with Ryzen. I literally just said, I literally just talked about this. So currently, I'll show you right now. I'll show it to you. Right now, my RAM is XMP RAM, and we're running this on... Hold on, did I get rid of CPU-Z? CPU-Z, are you still awake? Where are you? Okay, you're still there. Where is CPU-Z? Okay, check this out. This is my computer. There it is. So you can see right here, we're running a Ryzen 9 7950X. And here's the memory. And here's the memory. XMP right there. We are running 4 sticks of XMP, 32 gigs each, for a total of 128 gigabytes of RAM. So you totally can run XMP RAM on an AMD system, 100%. I mean, I'm running my XMP memory on my AMD Ryzen 7000 series CPU, and on the flip side of that, I'm running my AMD EXPO memory with the Intel system. So I'm doing it backwards. I'm doing it backwards on purpose to prove that you can do it. The motherboard will completely recognize the XMP profile. You just load it up. It doesn't matter if it's Intel or AMD. Same thing if it's EXPO RAM. It doesn't matter if it's Intel or AMD. Now, I guess, obviously, it has to be a newer motherboard if we're talking Intel trying to load an EXPO profile. But in general, all the AM5 motherboards support both XMP and EXPO 100%. So I hope that answers that question. Because I know a lot of people have that question. It comes up a lot. I mean, it's an easy question for me to answer, but, you know, like, it's a question worth addressing.
You shouldn't get so upset in herbology.
So yeah, you can totally buy that XMP RAM, and it will work with the Ryzen CPU and the Ryzen motherboard just fine.
Leviosa.
Wait, where is this classroom? Oh, here we go.
Professor Weasley? Somewhere away from prying eyes.
Forgive me, the headmaster stopped me and I... Merlin's beard. I see you've wasted no time. Well done. Shall we?
Off to you, Professor.
How did it activate though? How did the room of requirement just activate? Because I think it normally only shows up like if you actually need to find something.
What is this place?
This is the Room of Requirement. It only appears when one is in real need of it. Ordinarily, a student might stumble upon this room entirely by accident. If ever. I'd only planned to suggest to you how to find it by walking past that bit of wall, focusing on what you need. But you've managed to reveal the room on your own. While I'm here, we should take advantage of the moment. Now, where is Deke? He must have sneaked past and gone ahead.
Deke, Professor.
The house elf I was speaking to in my classroom your first day. Thought he might help you use the room once you've found it. There's no chance I'm clambering over this mess. This presents the perfect opportunity to teach you Evanesco, the vanishing spell. You can cast Evanesco to vanish certain objects, such as these chairs and other things here in the room. I suggest you practice the wand movements first, then you can clear the chairs away.
Evanesco.
Splendid. Now, cast Evanesco on those chairs.
It's, this one. I still can't get over the fact that when you change a spell on the hotbar, it's, it uses the Pari sound from Bloodborne.
Excellent work.
Oh, what?
You'll note that you are
Just
now
deleted those chairs? What if you do that on a person,
discuss
though?
its uses later. Let's move on.
Seems like a pretty OP spell.
Where in Merlin's name is that elf?
That's a very overpowered spell. You just make stuff vanish. That's like the Thanos snap. Does that occur to any of these characters that that's a very broken spell?
I wondered wondered where that had got to.
Eh?
I believe it's still here.
I waited
just take a quick
for you
look
here
at
for
this.
ages. Perhaps you were
Give you an
assigned a
opportunity
few more
to explore
inches
on
of
your
parchment
own
than you
until we
expected.
locate Deke.
Yes, Professor.
What am I supposed to look for? Oh, I'm just exploring the room? Okay.
Dear me. Can't you keep it down? Some of us are trying to rest.
Oh, it turns into moonstone. If you run AM5 with 4 DIMMs, it's going to give you a latency penalty. Is that true? Someone said it's the way AM5 works. It sounded weird to me. That happens with anytime you're running 4 DIMMs, it's going to give you a latency penalty. Doesn't matter what platform you're on. So I'm running 4 DIMMs. For 128 gigs of RAM, I'm running 4 DIMMs. Yeah, the latency is going to be worse. But the thing is, like, are you doing anything with a computer where the latency actually matters? Because the high density, the massive amount of RAM at 128 gigs, it's so much RAM that my computer is so smooth right now because Windows literally doesn't have to care where it wants to put stuff. Think about it like this. Imagine you're in an empty room. Imagine you're in an empty room. It's a perfect square. Let's say you're in a room that's like 10 by 10. So 10 feet by 10 feet. You're in a 10 by 10 room. And then somebody at the door starts handing you boxes. Let's just say they're handing you boxes with stuff in the box. You don't know what's in the box. It doesn't really matter. And you have to start putting that stuff in the room. And then it's like, okay, you go and carry the box. Let's say you put the box in a corner of that room. Then you turn around and you walk back to the door entrance to the room. Think of it like any kind of like bedroom, right? You're in a bedroom that's a 10 by 10 bedroom. So it's a relatively standard square-shaped room. You go and you put the box on the floor or in the corner of the room. Doesn't matter where. Then you turn around and as soon as you get back to the door, someone's at the door again and they hand you another box. So then you have to go put the box somewhere in the room. So as soon as you put the box somewhere in the room, you turn around and someone's giving you another box. At some point, you're going to fill up the room with boxes. Then you're going to have nowhere to stand. You're going to have nowhere to go. It's going to be 100% full. So what do you start doing as soon as the floor is covered? You start stacking. You start putting boxes on top of boxes until at some point in one part of the room, all the boxes reach all the way up to the ceiling of the room. So then now you're starting to have to stack things vertically to fill up the room and keep stuff being able to make use of that space. So here's the thing. Imagine now if you were in a different room. Now imagine the room is a 20-foot by 20-foot room. So it's effectively double the size, right? Well, actually, I think it's like 4 times the volume. So imagine now you have the ability to fill up that room. So now when you're filling up this larger room, you don't have to think, you don't have to process immediately, or you don't have to process with the same amount of thinking required on how to optimize where you're putting these boxes in that room. You see what I'm saying? So with a bigger room, you have so much more space that's all spread out that you could just fling stuff into the room faster and you don't have to think too much about where it's going. Now think about now all of a sudden you have a 50-foot by 50-foot room. That's a really big room. How are you going to fill that up? Now you don't really care. Now you can just chuck boxes wherever you want and they'll just land wherever they land and it doesn't matter. You have so much space. This is the same concept when you have lots and lots of memory, aka 128 gigs of RAM. So is there a latency penalty? Well, let's think about what the latency penalty is. Now think about it with the room example. In the original room, you're in a 10 by 10 foot room. The amount of distance you have to walk from the door to the back wall of the room is a much shorter distance than if you were in a larger room and the amount of time it took you to walk all the way to the back of that 20-foot room or that 50-foot room. You see what I'm saying? The time it's taking you to do a round trip, walk from the door all the way to the back wall, then all the way back to the door, that is the latency. That is the latency. So when you have a bigger room, you have more latency because the amount of travel time is increased. But because you have so much more space, you don't have to be as caring, if you will, or you don't really have to think too much about where you're going to place stuff. Because it's going to take much, much longer for you to fill up that room. So you get an advantage in terms of the capacity. So at the end of the day, it basically balances itself out. So that's why there's a latency penalty when you have 4 DIMMs, because you're dealing with a much larger room. This applies not only to AMD, but also to Intel. Now, the reason why the latency is higher on AMD than it is on Intel, and we talked about this in the previous stream, is because AMD has to traverse a fabric to talk to the memory. That is the difference. But at the end of the day, that's the reason why the latency is worse when you have 4 DIMMs, because you have a much larger room. You have a much larger space that the electrical signal has to travel down the wire as it goes through the DIMM. Because remember, we're talking about daisy-chained DIMMs here. Now I know people don't like it when I use white, so we'll try to use gray to showcase this. But here, now I'll illustrate it for you. I probably should have done this from the start rather than just talking through the whole thing. Why can't I find paint? There it is. Okay, so when you have 2 sticks of RAM, hold on, I gotta move the chat over so I can see you guys. Okay, when you have 2 sticks of RAM, you have 1 DIMM here and you have 1 DIMM here for dual channel. So you have A2 and B2. This is the RAM. You have the CPU over here. He has to talk to the RAM. Now, with AMD, there's another thing. With AMD, there's this guy. So AMD has 2 core complex dies, or 1 if you have a Ryzen 5 or Ryzen 7. But in general, the RAM goes like, or the signaling to the RAM goes like this. Or like this. And then in here, this thing is actually 2 things. So there's like another thing in here, and that's why there's an extra amount of latency, because in AMD world, you have to go through the fabric, which has something called F-clock, and then you have to go through the IMC, or the UMC, the Unified Memory Controller, which has U-clock. Okay, so this is the reason why there's more latency on AMD, because here's the cores. Right? So the cores are over here, but they gotta talk to the fabric. Then the fabric has to talk to the UMC, which is the memory controller. Then the memory controller then actually does the forwarding and the transmit and receive, the sending and receive of the data to the RAM. Now, this is 2 sticks of RAM. Now, if you add 4 sticks of RAM, then now what happens is it looks like this. It actually looks like this. So, because we're talking about daisy-chained. This is daisy-chained topology, which is what AM5 is using on the motherboards. So, when I need to send a signal, we'll use blue. If the core, let's say core 0 over here in the CPU, needs to access something in the RAM, well, guess what? It has to go like this. It has to go to the fabric, it has to go to the UMC. It has to go here. Let's say, now I'm at the door to that room that I talked about, but let's say I need to access something that's over down here in A1. So guess what? Can he just like shortcut down here? No, he can't. He has to actually go through the first stick of RAM, then into the second stick of RAM on that same channel, and then he's able to access that. This becomes even more challenging when you have dual rank DIMMs, because now you have RAM on this side and this side. So if I want to access something that's over here, you know, I have to go to the first rank, and then I have to go through the second rank, and then I have to go into the first rank of this guy, and then into the second rank of that guy. This is worst case scenario. Then I gotta I gotta snake all the way back. So this is the reason why 4 DIMMs is higher latency, because you have to, the round trip time from the core to the memory, depending on where the memory, what memory address we're talking about. You might get lucky if it's up here at the front, it's not a big deal. But if it's on that second stick, you know, like A1 or B1, it has to go all the way through A2 and then go all the way back. And that's the reason why there's more latency. How would you compare ring bus versus Infinity Fabric? Okay, ring bus on Intel. So this is what I've described as AMD, but Intel is the exact same thing. The only difference is on Intel. So Intel, you've got the cores, which are over here. So you've got, well, I'll just use brush. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you have 8 cores. Remember, Intel only can have 8 cores. 8 performance cores. Now, if we want to draw the 8 cores, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that's 16 E cores. This is an i9 13900K. And then you have your graphics card over here, your integrated graphics, because Intel wastes all that space on the integrated graphics, although AMD does have that too. That's the integrated graphics processor. AMD has theirs. It's over here. AMD's one is like over here. It's like right there. So AMD puts it on the fabric thing. It's not actually with the cores. So now, with Intel, you have a bus. Think of it like if you've ever been to Tokyo, if you've ever lived in Tokyo, like when I was in Tokyo, I was there for, you know, like half a year. I was stuck there for half a year. And I had no car, I had nothing. I had to learn to use public transportation. And I'm someone who has never had to use public transportation my whole life until I ended up having to live in Japan. When I was in Japan, I had to learn to use the subways and the trains. And when I think of Intel's ring bus, I think of Tokyo, Japan. Because essentially, the way the ring bus works is you have 2 rings. You have one ring that we'll call the inner ring, and it spins in the clockwise direction. It only goes one way. And then you have another ring, we'll just draw this in like purple, I guess, that is in the outer ring that goes on the opposite direction. So it goes in the counterclockwise direction. So if this guy's going this way, then this guy's going that way. This is exactly how Japan is set up, because Japan has a very famous train called the Yamanote line, or the Yamanote Sen. That is a ring bus. It is a train that goes, there's 2 tracks that go, one goes clockwise around the city, the other goes counterclockwise around the city. And that is exactly how Tokyo is set up. So, like, Tokyo Station would be like over here. Shinjuku Station's like over there. Those are the 2 big ones. Anyway, that's completely off topic. But anyway, yeah. So the ring bus, you think about it like this. If I need to talk to the RAM, and I'm a core, or I'm a process that's on like core 0 over here. If I want to go to the RAM, all I gotta do is get on the ring bus. So it's like, I'm gonna go right here. I'm going this way, so we'll go over here. I'm gonna get off over here, which takes me to the IMC, and then the IMC is gonna then connect me up here, and then it's gonna do the same thing. We're gonna snake all the way through, snake all the way back. The difference is the distance. I guess if I had to guess why Intel has less latency, even though their ring bus is also kind of slow, it's not connecting as many things. So, like, you're connecting the cores to the memory subsystem, and then I guess the integrated graphics. But AMD is connecting all this other stuff to, like, the PCIe lanes, the chipset interconnect, the IMC, the I/O. Like, basically, the fabric, it's a fabric. It's a spider's web that connects to, like, everything on the motherboard. So all that stuff, it has to basically route through all that plumbing. Whereas Intel, you're on the ring bus, you get on that bus, you get off on your stop, like it's a train station, and then you just go straight to memory. Like, if you want to go to the chipset in Intel's world, you get on the bus, stop at the DMI train station, you get off at the DMI, and then go down those lanes down the chipset. So that's the difference. So I hope that answers the question, because that's really, ultimately, they do the same thing. The only difference is that there's a little bit more latency through the fabric on AMD than there is on the ring bus on Intel. So that's kind of how that works. So this example up here is a, well, this one's a 79. This is a Ryzen 9 7950X. We'll just go ahead and throw that over there. And then this one over here is an i9 13900K, just for comparison. So I hope that makes sense, because they're still doing the same thing, it's just different architecture. And you have to ask yourself, is that latency, does it actually do anything? Like, when are you going to actually notice that? That's the way I think about it. It's like, if I've got 85 nanoseconds of latency versus like 70 nanoseconds of latency, like, what is actually happening? Like, is it actually something that I'm going to notice? Realistically, no. At the end of the day, you're going to perceive system behavior and performance exactly the same. Like, to the user, it's the same. So it's really going to depend on the application, right? Because the application is going to... Some applications may be latency dependent versus, like, memory bandwidth dependent. Okay, so I think I may have lost everybody on that, because no one has anything to say. So let's go back to the game. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I need to pull this. Oh, it goes up. Joey, you're still here. You're probably the only one still here. I think nobody else. I think I may have lost everybody. Hades is still here. Andreas, I probably lost Andreas. Andreas was the one who asked the question. So I hope I answered the question. I may have completely confused everybody, though, on that explanation. Oh, I'm supposed to go down from there. What's this? Oh, just a teacup. You enjoyed the trip to Japan? Oh, you've been there? Or are you talking about the story that I just told? I'm not sure where else I'm supposed to go. Oh, I guess. Oh, under here. Okay.
Hope this isn't as precarious as it looks.
An intruder! Stop them! No, not... that's not helpful, you worthless pile of tin!
The part... Oh, your son and his wife just went there last week? What part of Japan did they go to? Or I guess how long were they there? Because I've been to Japan twice. So the first time I went there, I was in Osaka, the Kyoto area. So like West Japan, or I guess South Japan, depending on how you look at it. The Japanese will refer to it as West Japan. Typically, we think of it as South Japan. And then the second time I went was Tokyo. And that was the east side of Japan, or the north side of Japan. But yeah, apparently Tokyo and the i9-13900K are very similar. One of them is like a microscopic representation of the other. They'll be there 4 months. Okay. Okay. Well, what part though? I'm curious to know what area, because the country, it's a really big group of islands. It's really, Japan is really like 3 big islands, and then it's like a bunch of smaller islands. But realistically, when you think of Japan, you think of like the main island in the middle, which is the really big one. Kyushu, I think is the name of it. The Kyushu island, and then Hokkaido is like the big northern island, where Sapporo is. It's a very nice country. It's like, it's very clean. Everything's very orderly. Everybody tends to like dress real well. No one looks like they're really sloppy, you know. When I was in Japan, I feel like okay, when I was in Japan, I would go to the electronics stores because they have lots of stores that are kind of like Microcenter. But none of them could really match Microcenter in terms of the granularity. Like if you wanted something specific, like some small little like component stuff, well, okay, now that I think about Microcenter might not even have stuff like that. Fry's Electronics was probably more in line with components and stuff. But like you could find like small like street vendors in Tokyo that had like random electronics and stuff, but then like they had lots of stores like Microcenter, like Dospara, Tsukumo, what's the other big one? Ones, I think was the name of it. And then they had like those generic like Best Buy type electronic stores, but they had stores like Microcenter that had like the GPUs on display and the pre-builds and all that stuff. Very similar to Microcenter. I mean, I really like if things weren't the way they are right now with like the US and China and Taiwan, all that stuff. I really want to go to Taiwan someday. I really wanted to go to Taiwan like a few years ago, but now with all this stuff with, you know, how things are with the war in Ukraine and like what sort of message does that tell, you know, the Chinese, you know, now I don't really want to go to Taiwan, although I really wish I would have gone like a few years ago, because Taiwan is like the mecca of like anyone who's like a PC enthusiast has to, once in their life, has to make the pilgrimage journey to Taipei. Like Taipei, Taiwan is the center point of the universe for anybody who is like a tech enthusiast, like 100%. Like I remember Japan, like Akihabara in Tokyo was the closest I could get to like what you would be able to find in like Taipei. I mean, that's the reason why like Computex, like before the whole, you know, like the human malware situation for the last like two and a half almost 3 years. All the big YouTube channels, Linus, Paul, Jay, all those guys, they used to always go to Taiwan in the summer for Computex. They had to make their annual tech enthusiast pilgrimage journey, whatever you want to call it, to Taipei, because that's where everything's at. And yeah, so it's like I just kind of wanted to go to see what it was all about. But now I don't know if I'll ever be able to go there unless, well, I mean, not in recent history, definitely not this year, I guess. We'll have to see what happens.
Perhaps you should summon your wits and find out.
Am I even going the right way?
I hope that house elf can find us in here.
Oh, I guess I am. Okay, here we go.
Yikes! Careful! Huh? Oh, there you are. Wait right there. Deke will come to you. Hello.
Ah, Deke, we've been looking for you.
Apologies, Professor Weasley. Deke was looking through some of what's appeared in the room since Deke was last here. Is this the student?
Indeed it is.
Deke is honored to meet you.
Deke has been a friend since I was a second year. We discovered this room together. I mentioned you to Deke. We believe that you might be able to benefit from this room like I did. Deke, would you be so kind?
Of course, Professor Weasley. The Room of Requirement will always be equipped for the Seeker's needs. It's unplottable, so won't appear on any map. Most happen upon it by accident, if ever. Deke's seen students in need of an extra file for potions stumble upon the room filled with them. You seem to have accessed it in its form as the Room of Hidden Things.
I was thinking about needing a place away from prying eyes. Brilliant.
Oh, that explains it then.
What I need specifically is a place where I can catch up on my schoolwork without distraction.
Well then, the room can provide you with precisely that. Now, it's time to focus on what you need. Just close your eyes. Imagine the room precisely as you need it. The room will do the rest.
So in this form, it's called the Room of Hidden Things? I didn't know that. Is ray tracing on? No, it's off. It doesn't really do much for the visuals in this game. And the other thing too is it introduces weird effects where, like, bathrooms in certain rooms will have light just, like, somehow just in the room when it's not really supposed to be there. So...
You've given yourself quite a canvas to work.
I mean, the previous streams that I did, it was on.
I look forward to seeing what you do with the space. Ah, and it seems the room has provided you with a desk of description. Excellent. It can identify unfamiliar items of clothing. One should always understand the effects of anything in which one is clothed.
Desk of description. Use it to reveal the magical properties of any unidentified gear that you've collected. Oh, okay. So that's... Now I know what that cloak is. Now I know that I don't actually need to keep it.
You'll find plenty of items of clothing that need to be identified. The desk will be an invaluable resource.
This room reminds me of the room you get in Monster Hunter World, where you can customize that room. Like, especially in Iceborne. Iceborne had, like, this, almost this exact same shape. Except Iceborne had stairs. It had like an actual stair railing and an upper level. Why is he throwing... Oh. Okay. That's interesting.
I imagine the desk of description will come in handy.
It will. I hope you'll take advantage of it. Now, I'll give you a brief lesson in conjuring. The room might not provide everything you need on its own.
Conjuring?
Yes, the magic of creating or conjuring objects. I'll teach you.
Oh. The conjuring spell. Will you be trying out Wild Hearts? I did, and I returned it. I got my money back.
Spellcraft. Spellcrafts are like
I guess you weren't here. You missed the huge rant. You weren't here, Hades, when I went off on the deep end with the huge rant about Wild Hearts earlier in the stream. I guess you missed that.
I did. Where can I find the resources I need?
While resources such as moonstone can be obtained throughout the Highlands, it's much safer and easier to purchase them. They can also be collected by vanishing objects in the room, such as the chairs you vanished earlier. In fact, you should have enough resources for now.
I see. Can I regain resources by vanishing something I've already conjured?
You can indeed. Quite perceptive. Why don't you give it a try? Go ahead and conjure the potion station and potting table. You should find both familiar, since they'll resemble the ones you've already used to study magical plants and brew potions in class.
Yeah, I didn't want to wait just in case. So, like, okay. I pulled a Buildzoid rant. Was it that bad? It was really that bad? Okay. You know, I've never actually done that before on stream. So that's like a first for me, a Buildzoid rant. Well, okay, just to summarize it, the reason why I returned the game and got my money back was not because of the game. It's actually not the game's fault, and it's unfortunate because the developers ultimately lose out on that sale. Because, I mean, I bought the deluxe edition, so I paid like $90 for the game. But yeah, no, I refunded it. The reason why is because of EA. Because of EA's stupid policy where, like, you can't... Like, if you run the game on just one computer, then it's totally fine. You'll never run into the problem that I ran into. But if you want to benchmark the game on, say, you know, like this PC and then that PC, like, okay, in my case, what caused me to refund the game was EA preventing me from playing the game for 24 hours because I accessed the game on on another PC, like on a third PC, because it was like, okay, I accessed it with a 7950X yesterday, and it's like, okay, cool. Then I tried it on the 7700X to see how it runs, you know, on an 8-core 16-thread. And first they started complaining about, oh, your save data is not synchronized, please try again later. So I waited like 10 minutes, then it worked. So then today, I tried to turn it on a third PC, which is the Intel PC, and when I tried to do that, it was like too many users have attempted to use Wild Hearts on this account. Please try again later. Which basically means I googled like how to fix that, and people were saying like you gotta wait 24 hours. And I'm thinking like, okay, if that's a thing, no, I want my money back. So that's what happened. You know, like it's EA's fault. So blame EA, not Omega Force, not Steam. They're not the ones that are in the wrong here. EA is the one in the wrong. So yeah, stupid EA just lost themselves a sale. Steam was quick to refund the money though. And the funny thing is I was outside the the limit on there because I had 3 hours of playtime in game, and they still refunded me. And like the terms say, you have to be less than 2 hours of playtime. Maybe it was because I was within 48 hours or something. I don't know. Like, but I mean, they refunded my money, so it's like, okay, whatever, cool. So we're not gonna be talking about Wild Hearts on this channel now. Like, I planned to cover Wild Hearts, but nope, not anymore. What am I supposed to do? Conjure a potting table? Oh, the conjuring spell. I learned it, yeah, this one? Oh. A conjuring table, it said. Wait, these aren't conjuring tables? Oh, a potting table? Botanical or scientific? Are these just different looks? Gothic potting table? Perfect for growing a plant that requires a small... They all do the same thing? So I guess... Which one looks like it would... Okay, that one looks kind of like... Like it's gonna cook like Chef Boyardee or something. What does this one look like? This one looks like... I don't know. This one just doesn't fit indoors. It looks like an outdoor table. This one looks like someone retrofitted a pool table into whatever this is supposed to be with a lamp. I don't know. That one still doesn't seem like it fits the room. This one looks like it belongs to a Gryffindor, but it does look like it fits. I think the first one or the fourth one. The first one is blue like Ravenclaw, but it looks like... I don't know, that one looks kind of messy. I kind of like this one. I kind of like this one. Because I like how this one has like all the bags and stuff underneath it. I can't decide. What about the third one? So hold on a second. I'm guessing by the color scheme, this one's the Ravenclaw one. This one's the Hufflepuff one. Then you've got... It's funny how it went away when the elf walked in front of it. This is a Slytherin one. And then you've got the Gryffindor one. So I guess, like, let's see. How does this... I mean, it matches that. But I'm probably just going to go with this one. Because I'm just going to be boring and put the Ravenclaw one in here. Now, I guess I should put it against the wall to maximize the floor space. I guess I'll just put it here. I'll be able to move it around later, so it's probably not a big deal. Conjure a potions station. Oh, I see. So they're all themed. So this one's like Ravenclaw. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay. Yeah. The Slytherin ones look like they're from like Kingdom Hearts 3 or something. That one looks like it's from Monster Hunter World. This one has like those horns and stuff on the top. Looks like it's got like a fire alarm station on the top. I'll probably go with this one. You know what? I'm probably going to put them near each other so that it's easy to go back and forth.
Well done. You can use these whenever you need to brew potions or grow plants. Presuming, of course, you've collected any seeds or potion ingredients you need in Hogsmeade or outside the castle grounds.
So I can grow... Is it just this one?
Deke will be here to answer any questions you may have. Do not underestimate.
They're in the
his
Hirosaki and
insights.
Aomori. Yeah, that's not where... I'm pretty sure I've never been over there. I want to look it up now, because I'm pretty sure that's not where I was. I think it's on the... Is that on the western side? Let me see. Oh, that's way north. Okay. I was way wrong. Aomori is actually close to Hokkaido. It's like the northernmost prefecture before going like north to Hokkaido, to a different island. And then Hirosaki is a city. That's a city. Yeah, I've never been over there. It gets really cold in the winter in those areas.
Can you tell me a bit more about Deke?
He's been at Hogwarts longer than I have, and seems to know its every nook, cranny, and secret. We discovered this room together when I was a student. Deke has had a good deal of experience, both here at Hogwarts and at a previous post. I shall let Deke tell you more when he's ready, but again, you would be wise to listen to any suggestions he may have.
Can I use this type of transfiguration magic outside of the room?
Conjuring and vanishing are strictly forbidden elsewhere in the castle. We've charms in place to enforce that. It would be exhausting to reverse the errors in both judgment and magic. But the Room of Requirement has its own rules.
I will be sure to speak with Deke if I need anything. Thank you.
Good luck. I shall linger a bit longer in case you'd like to learn another transfiguration spell for use in the room.
So she'll train me in one more transfiguration spell. I kind of want to make this one again. Can I go back out while it's making it? Oh, okay, so you don't have to stay there. But it's not going to... Okay, so is it... It's only gonna sit there until I collect it. I see.
I'm ready for the next lesson, Professor.
Very well. First, you'll need to gather some moonstone. You can acquire it by vanishing items here in the Room of Requirement, or you can gather it carefully outside of the Hogwarts grounds. Return to me once you've gathered enough, and we shall begin the lesson.
Wait, so vanishing things in the Room of Requirement is a way... That's a legitimate way to get moonstone? So, does that mean I have to delete my things to get moonstone? That sounds really not like it's the right thing to do. That might be a broken thing. Like, does that mean I can just conjure stuff and remove it constantly? Hold on. Stuffed... Oh, no, because see, like these things... Oh, I see. I see. So, I need moonstone to conjure things. So, I guess if I dismantle them, I get the moonstone, or maybe some of the moonstone back.
Do you have
Okay.
moonstone? You can acquire some by vanishing items here in the room, or you can gather it outside the...
So,
Hogwarts
realistically, you have to gather it... For a net positive, you have to gather it outside the grounds of Hogwarts. That's literally the real way to get it. So, okay, so it's kind of like Monster Hunter. That's cool. Well, return to her. Well, okay, you know, I think she wants me to conjure something. I guess we'll put, like, a furniture piece. You know, I don't have any. Room of Requirement artwork? Oh, wait, you know what? Hold on. I want to put... Is there, like, that statue? No, I don't have any talking statues. Large botanical table? What about this one? A small table well suited for studying defense against the dark arts, or perhaps the dark arts themselves. Hold on. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I don't really need too many tables. I kind of am gonna make it look like Dumbledore's study area, like with the pensive thing that can show you memories. Desk of okay, I already got one of those. Wall hangings, lion crest, serpent crest, phoenix crest, centaur crest, an oval mirror. You know what? Let's put the skull and candles shelf. What is this? Huh? Oh, that's what that is. How big is this one? It's like, it's not even a clean mirror, no. I guess we'll just put the Hogwarts, or yeah, let's put one of those there. Okay, well now I know what Moonstone is used for. Scientific chair, Gothic chair. So I guess Gryffindor has all like the Gothic themed stuff. Oh, the plants are ready. You know what? This one looks like it's the most comfortable one to sit in. That one looks so narrow. It does have that cool look, but man, that looks like it's just so narrow. No, I'm just gonna get one of these. There. Okay, that's enough for now. Oh.
I have the moonstone you requested, Professor.
Good. Then we may begin.
Thanks for the motherboard talks. It was helpful.
You can conjure more than potions and herbology tables. Conjuration can be used to decorate.
Oh yeah, the
space
part
to
with
your
the X670
Why don't you try
motherboards.
it on the walls and floor?
I have a whole bunch of videos on the X670 motherboards. So like we've done like live streams strictly all about motherboards in the past, last year. But you know, I encourage you to check out, like if you're looking for a specific one, or if you want to hear like my opinion evaluating, you know, like a entry level, mid range, and like enthusiast grade motherboards. I do 3 for each vendor. So I have a video for ASRock X670, one for Gigabyte, another one for MSI, and then Asus. And then I also do the same thing for B650. So I cover B650, B650E. I have dedicated, those videos are actually more recent, the B650 series. So I've got one for all 4 of them. So like a total of 8 videos dedicated to like AM5 motherboards. Oh, I gotta conjure more walls. Okay, we're gonna be here for a while. This? Wait, hold on. What is this? Gazing Witch Portrait. House Elves and Mistress Portrait. Nurse and Baby Portrait. Bickering Couple Portrait. Dapper Wizard. Wait, what? A fine painting depicting a wizard in a top hat who looks terribly pleased with himself. A mysterious painting depicting a young wizard gazing into a ball. A vibrant painting, what is this? Niffler and Witch Portrait. A vibrant painting depicting a witch and her beloved pet. Well, we're probably gonna have to put like more than one, but let me see what else we got. We just have these. Why couldn't I see this one? What's this? Of an archway, yeah. I guess I have no other choice. Wait, what was this other stuff? Oh, wall hangings. Oh, these are expensive. 3 moonstone? We'll put the one with the bird on it. Over here. Whoops, wrong button. Oh, there's already stuff over there. These aren't wall things. Seasonal. I guess I gotta put the artwork stuff. Okay, we'll put this one here. I don't know, you know, maybe, what if I put like, can you, oh, you can actually change the size? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, you can, whoa, you can actually make the size like really big. But then the thing is, I don't really want to do that because then I can't really fit that many things. It's easier to do this. Did I do something wrong? Oh. Oh, you can make it really small too. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Where's those, like, this picture? Because this one only costs 1 moonstone. Can I make it larger? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now I just need floor stuff. Just, do they have to be rugs, or can I put, like, seating? Man, these things are expensive. I guess I'll put that gothic chair down, actually. Just put it, like, I guess, here. Yeah, that counts. Okay. If I wanted to be really, like, cheesy, I would, if I didn't care, I would just put, like, whatever down. Okay, here we go. Scientific standing light. Oh, you can actually make it really, okay. We're not gonna do that. That looks dumb. That looks really dumb. Okay, we'll just put this. I guess we'll just put it over here. Yeah, okay, that looks kind of cool. Yeah, oh, you know what? I really like, yeah, I like this lamp. I think this lamp is in like the Hufflepuff. It looks like it's a Slytherin lamp, but Hufflepuff has like a variant of this that looks really cool.
Good work. Shall we move on?
I've conjured everything I can. What's next, Professor?
I think you're ready to take on alteration. The altering spell will allow you to customize any conjured item. You can change the colors, patterns, and styles of your furniture to suit your taste. Let's get started, shall we? Watch closely as I demonstrate how to perform.
Oh, well, now it doesn't really matter what color those started with then, because I could turn anything into like a Ravenclaw themed piece of furniture.
Just aim your wand at any conjured item and perform the altering spell to customize it.
I guess, hold on. Wait, yeah, let's do this one. Let's do this little table. Oh, okay. All it's gonna do is actually just change the... Hold on, I didn't want to mess with it. Wait, now it's actually not aligned in the circle, is it? It's actually not even aligned. How do you get it perfectly aligned with the circle? Okay, that ended up being dumb. No. What an amazing game. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. Alter the the style. Okay. So that means I actually have to change it. In that case, you know what? Let's change this. What is this? Scientific walls. What? Oh, I was changing the wall? Oh, I keep on choosing the wall. I don't want to choose the wall. I want to choose, like, the lamp. Yeah, I want to move it over, like, well... Yeah, let's move it and then change it to... Change it to the blue one, I guess. Or actually, is this blue? It's green. Rotate it. And then I need to change the color. Blue.
Nicely done.
Now it's from now it's from Beauty and the Beast.
You can use the altering spell directly.
Oh wait, there's one behind her? I didn't even realize there was one behind her. I totally did not mean to do that. I didn't think that there was one over there. In fact, this one... Wait. Okay, never mind. That one is lit. This one looks like it's lit even more though. Alter the balcony or the floor of the room? Scientific central floor? Botanical central floor? Eclectic. I thought it said electric for a second. Gothic central. We're gonna go with this one. Because it matches that table that I put in the middle. That it's totally not centered. That's totally not centered. I thought that was centered the whole time.
Professor Weasley showed Deke this bit of magic some years ago. Deke thinks you'll enjoy it. Come and talk to Deke when you're ready.
Their alchemy. Right, you can brew potion on alchemy. Yeah. Oh, now he has to. Well, he doesn't have to do that. I don't need him to have to shine the floor just because we changed the floor. What? Okay.
Professor Weasley said I should ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
I like something natural and earthy. I focus best in a room that is dark and mysterious. Let's go with this one.
I'd like the room to feel mysterious and eerie, as if I'm in the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by shadows.
Okay, I don't think I'd put it that way.
Perfect.
I don't think that's what I wanted. I think the first one would have been the right choice. No, well, okay, hold on. This looks kind of cool. This looks kind of like it's from, you know, like Bloodborne or something. Or a From Software game.
Quite a difference. Of course, you needn't keep this style if you don't like it. You can always ask Deke to change it back. Now you have learned a good bit about alteration.
Thank you, Professor. The room is full of possibilities.
Indeed. No matter how much time I spend here, the room always manages to surprise me. An even bigger space.
How did that happen?
The room equips itself to your needs. It must have sensed that you needed more space to practice spellcasting. If you'd like to customize the space further, you can use these spellcrafts. You'll find more of them both inside and outside the school.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep an eye out.
Good. I'll leave you to it. This is your space now. Use it wisely.
Most excellent.
So wait, if I remove that spell, what is this, Lumos? Okay, so if I don't have the spell equipped, it doesn't constantly, like, it's not constantly highlighting things in the room. That's good. So hold on, this room got a lot larger now because apparently I needed space or something. So hold on, how do I actually teleport to the room of requirement? Because I don't even know where I am. So I'm... Where am I? Where? What? This is, what is this? Astronomy tower. Okay, so it's the teleporter is the astronomy tower? It gave me all this extra space. Hold on, I want to see what those other themes look like, because this is all dark and gloomy. Wait, there's a book up here. Am I supposed to be able to get that? No, I guess not.
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
Warm and cozy was the original one. So let's see. Let's look at this one.
I would like the room to feel as if it's being lit by the moon.
I can tell from a game design standpoint, the developers of this game really stuck with the classic, like, kind of like they set the scope for like the 4 different themes, the 4 different things. They basically did the whole like Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and then they just kind of ran with that. So all these different themes, because it seems like there's 4 different base templates. Oh, this one actually looks kind of good. I like this one. This one makes me think I'm like in the Nexus in Demon Souls, sort of. Or that one tower inside Elden Ring that could turn upside down. I forgot what it was called. The one with that annoying spellcaster guy that kept spamming like that one bow attack, or that one bow spell at you the whole time. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go with this one. This one looks cool. So hold on. So the picture with the 4 like ogres. Wait, why are they wearing? These ogres are wearing ballerina outfits? I just now noticed that. That's weird. Okay, so room requirements there. Wait, what? It goes away from me. Oh, I see. Okay, that's cool. I gotta meet Sebastian. Well, we're probably gonna end the stream soon. I didn't realize I've been live for this long. A lot of interesting things on this stream, though. I didn't expect to talk about Well, I had a feeling I was gonna rant about the whole like Wild Hearts EA nonsense.
Incendio. Accio. Levioso.
Oh, it doesn't work. Okay.
What are you up to now?
The one thing this game does kind of need, so like I moved the field of view all the way out to +20, but all field of view did was it kind of like moved the peripheral vision, but like in terms of the character, I wish the character could be slightly further away from the camera.
Lumos. Revelio. Lumos.
That is not too far from here. Is it in here? No. Wait, no. It's definitely like in this part of the castle.
Revelio.
Oh well, we'll just do this then.
Over here. Sebastian, it's been a while.
It has. Glad you received my owl. I have something to show you.
First, let me thank you for what you did in the library.
Of course. Scribner tried to give me detention, but I have ways out of these things.
Well, you took the fall for me, and that counts for something.
Did you find what you were looking for?
I did, but something was missing. I'm not sure here is the best place to discuss it.
Understood. We can talk more in a moment, in the Undercroft. Not even the professors know about this place.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Enter the secret room.
There's a secret passage just here.
It's well disguised.
So does that mean, oh, this thing? You just went inside the room.
How did you find this place?
My friend, Ominous Gaunt. He named it the Undercroft. We used to play gobstones here all the time. With my sister, Anne. She loved that infernal game. What I wouldn't give to lose to her again. I should tell you, I swore to Ominous I would safeguard this place. So please, keep this between us. He never confides in anyone. But he's trusted me since the day we met. I wouldn't want to jeopardize that. We used to sneak in here almost daily. We've never been caught.
Protego.
They've never been caught, even though I'm pretty sure the professors know about this room. Like, why is all this stuff here? It's not like he's the only person to have ever figured out where this room is. Unidentified face item. A legendary. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna try to wait until the X3D CPUs. I really want to wait until the X3D CPUs come out, because we only really have like how many? It's only like a week and a half, right? Before Okay, it's like, yeah, it's like about a week and a half before the X3D variants, the Ryzen 9s. Well, I mean, at least the Ryzen 9s, I don't know. The 8-core still might be the really, really good one, though.
I think I've seen Ominous in potions. Or was it herbology? I've noticed that he uses his wand to navigate the castle.
He does. No idea how, though. Ominous was born blind, and no spell could reverse it. His wand seems almost sentient. Not surprising, I suppose. Ollivander always says, the wand chooses the wizard.
Is that how he found this place?
No, someone in his family knew about it. The Gaunts are full of secrets. I've never heard anyone else speak of it, and I've certainly never seen anyone else here. Again, mention this to no one, especially Ominous. He has no love lost for his family or their secrets, but this place is special to him.
Understood. But why does Ominous have no love lost for his family?
His father's family are direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Obsessed with blood status, most of them. Ominous cannot abide them, as he'll be the first to tell you. Anyway, the Undercroft has been a perfect place to sneak off to, away from prying eyes, and even practice otherwise forbidden spells.
Really? Like what?
Like the Blasting Curse. Professors say it's not an appropriate spell to teach students.
It does sound dangerous.
It sounds like a dangerous spell.
You sound like Ominous. He frowns upon using forbidden spells. Although he did enjoy learning this one. A spell like Confringo is only truly dangerous in untrained hands. Such spells should be properly taught, not banned. To be fair, I'm admittedly partial to more fiery forms of magic. But you should learn it. I can teach it to you safely here. It may take a while to get the feel for it. Mimic my wand movement. The incantation is Confringo.
Very well.
Confringo? Wait, isn't this... Hold on a second. Isn't this one of the evil spells?
You're getting it. Ready to actually try it out? Stick to the targets, though. Best to keep the Undercroft.
Isn't Confringo like one of the...
candelabras?
The blasting curse, Confringo, fires and explodes. Okay, hold on. This is not one of those 3 forbidden spells, but it is a forbidden... Is this a forbidden spell? I thought it was Crucio, Avada Kedavra, and Imperio. Those are the 3. So, okay, so this one... So this one is, oh. This is like in The Witcher. This is like in The Witcher. Fire spells. The most destructive spells. Okay, but they taught us, Incendio. Confringo. What's the point of having 128 gigs of RAM just to play games on? I mean, it's not just to play games on, though. That's the thing. We were talking about it earlier, like the use case, the trade-off of like having high capacity versus like high speed. It balances itself out in the way that like a large SSD balances itself out. Confringo. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So what does he want me to do? This kid is like teaching me like all the bad stuff, it seems.
Confringo. Nice.
Oh wow, okay.
How's it feel?
It's a tad hot.
You'll get used to it. That's it.
I think I've got it.
Well done.
I have to say, I enjoyed that.
The first time Ominous and I practiced Confringo, we singed our eyebrows.
I would have paid to see that.
I swore we'd never live it down.
But the thing with
To
the
this
RAM,
day,
though,
there's something about that spell that's addictive.
with the newer BIOS, I am running the RAM at 4800, so it's better than what AMD's stock specifications were saying, 3600. I'm able to boot into Windows at 5200, but it's not stable. Like, I tested that. I mean, I'll show that in the video tomorrow that's going to go live on the channel. Yeah, right now, with... this is a GISA 1003, so I'm not even on the latest BIOS. There's a newer one, 1004. But as of 1003, I can run 128 gigs stable. Stable enough to do all of this, and I did test Forspoken for like 30 minutes. It would be worse gaming performance than just having... No, not really. Because you have to remember that I am gaming at 4K resolution. So I am almost always GPU bound. The 6000 megahertz doesn't really help. So it doesn't really help at 4K. So, yeah. Realistically, fast RAM only actually matters if you're at 1080p resolution. Or for like academic studies of like 720p. It's like, okay, how useful is that in the real world? You know, it's absolutely useless, to be honest. Like if you're a power user and you're using, like if you're actually going to crunch a lot of like computation stuff through the processor, then you actually have, you actually benefit from that. The other thing too is like, you have to remember also, like DDR5 alone has way more bandwidth than DDR4. So even DDR5 at 4800 is still like way more bandwidth. Spider-Man Remastered scales the RAM memory bandwidth. Okay. But I mean, like, what's the difference? So I guess the question is, what's the difference at 4K with DDR5? You know, 128 gigs DDR5 at 4800 versus, you know, 32 gigs at 6000. Now, obviously the 6000 is probably gonna be faster, but like what, 2% faster? Maybe at best 5% faster in really, you know, 1Z, 2Z scenarios where it actually manifests that kind of a difference. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, 4K, for 4K gaming, it's not, like, I would rather spend money on 128 gigs of RAM than spend money on, like, 6400 megahertz RAM. Like, because 128 gigs is going to be way more useful in the long run. Can 13th gen run... You know, I have no idea. To be honest. Like, all I know is I do have a DDR4 motherboard. I have a Z690 DDR4 motherboard, but I don't actually use it anymore. So it's like I wouldn't really be able to test that. I'm not going to tear apart my DDR5 Z790 PC just to test DDR4 on a 13900K. It's not going to happen anytime soon. So it's all I'll tell you is on my previous, when I was running the 12700K on that DDR4 motherboard, I was running it with 4 sticks of RAM at 3200 megahertz. So I was running 64 gigs across 4 DIMMs, so that's 16 gig DIMMs. Those are dual rank DIMMs on DDR4, and they were not that great. So it's like, I was running in Gear 1 mode though. Oh, no, that's not right. I was running in Gear 2 mode. I was running in Gear 2 mode. For some reason, I could never get Gear 1 mode to work. I've only ever gotten Gear 1 DDR4 to work on a 11700K Rocket Lake. You've never used all 32 gigs of RAM before, so I would never install more than 64 gigs until it was needed. But don't want to buy new RAM. Well, keep in mind, if you, well, I mean, you're still gonna have to buy a new motherboard. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're considering 13th gen, you're gonna still have to buy a new motherboard. So it's like, I honestly don't think that's worth it. I would just go straight for like AM5 if I were you, or just not even upgrade, or get Rocket Lake. But a lot of people will tell you not to get Rocket Lake. I would tell you to get the 1100. I would tell you to get 11th gen, honestly. It's up to you. You don't have to do it, but I'll tell you, like, Rocket Lake. Okay, first of all, your motherboard has to support it. So if your motherboard that you have today doesn't support Rocket Lake, then forget what I'm telling you. But I would get Rocket Lake if I were you. Assuming you have a motherboard that can support PCIe Gen 4. Because Rocket Lake gives you Gear 1 and Gear 2 mode. And you get PCIe Gen 4. Like, that's basically what you get. So if you want PCIe Gen 4, if you want Gear 1, Gear 2 for memory config stuff, like if you this 4200 stuff, for instance, then Rocket Lake kind of makes sense, because that's the easiest upgrade path for you. Like, that's literally your only upgrade path. Any other thing that you want to do beyond 11th gen is a complete new rebuild. Maximus 12. Is it Z490? It might not. Yeah, if it's Z490, probably not. Maximus 12 Hero. Let's see. Oh, Asus, how you disappoint me. Yeah, I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. Alright, so no, it doesn't. It's a Z490 mother. Wait, is it Z490? Why is Asus? Yeah, it's Z490. So no, it doesn't. Okay, so then yeah, forget what I said. Forget what I said, because there's no. Yeah, in that scenario, there's no reason to get 11th gen. So yeah. But the thing is, you have to, like, if you're gonna upgrade, you're gonna have to do what Joel's gonna have to do. You're gonna have to basically get like a whole new computer. So if that's the case, who cares about DDR4? Because I'll tell you right now, if you think you can cheap out and keep your DDR4 RAM, you're just losing performance. If you're gonna go to 13th gen and you're gonna keep DDR4, you do realize that if you do that, you're not gonna be faster than Ryzen 7000 series. You'll be at best equal, if not a little bit slower. So yeah, no. The only way 13th gen actually wins against like Ryzen 7000 series is with DDR5. Without DDR5, it will not win. It'll be slower. At best, it'll be equal or on par. So no, you kind of, like I'm saying, like, you have to go DDR5 if you want to experience a true actual upgrade. So, or a meaningful upgrade. So in that regard, like Joel's saying, you know, like X3D 7000 series or 13700K, to me, yeah, those are the most logical choices. Or just the non-X3D. You know how I know this? Because I ran a 12700K for a year on DDR4. And it was like barely faster than my 5800X. I was very disappointed with it. I had lots of problems in the first few months with E-cores causing apps to crash. Final Fantasy XIV was like the most notable game that would randomly crash to desktop because stupid E-cores had too much latency or some weird problem that I was never able to figure out how to fix. The only way I was able to fix it was to disable all the E-cores in the BIOS and run the 12700K as though it was nothing more than an 8-core 16-thread. So yeah, I did not like DDR4 and 12th gen. I was very, very disappointed with it. And that's the reason why the 12700K is sitting back there on the bookshelf doing absolutely nothing. I can actually get you the chip to show you, like right here. So here, just to show you, this is a 5800X. This is an 700K. This is 11th gen Rocket Lake. This is the 12th gen 11 or 12 700K. LGA 1700. This, you can see, it's literally sitting in the box doing absolutely nothing. Because I'm not using it. So it's just sitting there doing nothing. And the motherboard is like the Z690 motherboard, DDR4 Gigabyte Gaming X is somewhere. I don't know where you are, but you're somewhere around. You know, it's somewhere. I don't know where, but it's somewhere. I gave all of the RAM, all the DDR4 RAM that was with the 12700K, I have given it to the 11700K. So that's where all the DDR4 RAM went. So that's why I don't actually have DDR4 RAM available to test on 13th gen. I'm not going to be able to tear apart my, I'm not going to tear apart my DDR5 computer just to test DDR4. So for me, DDR4 is like go in the sunset. It's, you know, it's in the past. No more DDR4. I'm all in on DDR5 now. So you will also have to run Windows 11. Yes, you're going to want Windows 11 because that will take care of all the problems that I experienced with Windows 10 and Windows 10 being stupid and not knowing what E-cores are and just randomly just throwing all the tasks wherever it wants to put them. So, and I'm still on Windows 10. In fact, my 13900K is on Windows 10. And this Ryzen computer is Windows 10, and that other Ryzen computer is Windows 10. Basically, every single one of the computers that I'm running is all Windows 10 based. The only Windows 11 based computer I have is a Lenovo ThinkPad P15V Gen 3 with AMD 6800H. There's YouTube videos on the channel showing that very laptop. That's the only Windows 11 PC that I have, and it's a laptop. An AMD Ryzen based laptop. Not even an Intel 12th gen laptop. It's like an AMD Rembrandt, or not Rembrandt. Is it Rembrandt? Yes, it's an AMD Rembrandt laptop. I don't like it. I don't like Windows 11, but some people might disagree. I don't like it, and that's the reason why it is relegated to a single laptop, and that is all I ever plan to do with it. You're on a 5700X. Yeah, and I was running, so if you go back and watch my early videos of Intel Arc, they were with the 5800X. I always paired it up with the 5800X, and today, Intel Arc is paired up with a Ryzen 7 7700X. So that is, and that PC is literally right there. Literally right there. Over there, like down there, over yonder, there it is. Intel Arc and the 7700X. And Wild Hearts is stupid in that it likes to run the game on the integrated Ryzen graphics. The integrated Radeon graphics on the Ryzen CPU instead of my Intel Arc GPU. I have to go in the BIOS and turn off my integrated Ryzen GPU so that it will force the game to run on Intel Arc. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let me get past this dialogue on here. I'm ready for more spells like this. It's almost too much. Well, I think I swore we never something about that spell station. I'm ready for more spells like this.
This is exactly the type of magic I've been hoping to learn.
There's more where that came from. Been practicing similar spells here for ages. Although, I didn't tell Anne and Ominous about every one. Haven't been here in some time. It's not the same without Anne.
I'm sorry about your sister. If there's anything I can do...
Perhaps when I next head to Feldcroft, you could come along. Meet Anne. She could use some cheering up.
Just let me know when and I'll meet you.
Oh, she misses Hogwarts. She's been stuck at home with our guardian, Uncle Solomon.
DDR5 has gotten a lot cheaper.
You'll have to meet him too.
DDR5 is a lot cheaper.
Precisely what
in just like 4 months, it's like almost half.
By the way, what was it you couldn't discuss out in the hall earlier?
I'm not sure where to start.
You said something was missing from what you found in the library. Might it have something to do with Victor Rookwood? He didn't mistake you for someone else at all in Hogsmeade, did he?
Nothing gets past you. I'll tell you what I can. Rookwood and Ranrock are trying to recover something they think I took from a vault in Gringotts.
Gringotts? When were you there?
Professor Fig and I wound up there after the dragon attack. There was this port key that...
A port key? To Gringotts?
Well, it's all a bit convoluted.
I'm listening.
You must promise to keep this between us.
I trusted you with knowledge of the secret Undercroft. You can trust me.
All right. I can see traces of ancient magic.
Ancient magic? I don't know what I was expecting you to say, but it wasn't that. What does that even mean?
Honestly, I'm not entirely certain. All I know is that I can see whispers of an old magic that hardly anyone else can. Fig and I think that Ranrock has somehow found a way to harness that magic's power.
Are you telling me that goblins may be wielding some sort of wizard magic?
That's what we're trying to find out.
And this ability of yours, does it allow you to wield this magic too?
I don't know.
Well, when you do know, tell me. I've been studying archaic forms of magic for ages. Perhaps we can help each other. In the meantime, with both Rookwood and Ranrock after you, I suspect a bit more time practicing the blasting curse is in order. Spend as much time here as you'd like. And remember, keep this place between us. When I head to Feldcroft, I'll send you an owl.
Oh, the messages are coming through owls. That's how they're getting them. You're on the 2700X and A770. Yeah, so DDR5 is like half. Like, it's literally... Well, okay, it depends on what DDR5 you're looking at. But if you're if you're looking at, like, the dual rank DIMMs, like, in my case, I'm running 128 gigs. So I'm running 32 gig DIMMs. 32 gig DIMMs is almost half the price of what it was back when Ryzen first launched. Like, when Ryzen 7000 series first launched, if you wanted to buy 64 gigs of like dual stick RAM, you had to spend like over $400. Like, I had to spend over $400 to get the G-Skill Ripjaws kit. Like, the first one that I had. Then the second one that I bought was like almost half. I think I paid like $280 or $279 or $275, $274.99 or whatever, somewhere around there. So it's definitely come down. And if you were to look, like, even now, I think it's like for certain G-Skill SKUs, maybe not the Hynix ones that I have, but like the Samsung ones are like $250 now for like 64 gigs of RAM, DDR5 at like 5600 megahertz or 5200 megahertz. So it's like, it's definitely come down a lot compared to how it was when Zen 4 launched. Yeah, Microcenter, yeah, so I don't know if Hades heard all the story about like the RAM, but the reason why I have so much DDR5 to go around is because when I bought the 7950X, I got 32 gigs of 5600 megahertz RAM free, and then when I bought the 7700X a couple of months later, I got more, like I got 32 gigs of 6000 megahertz RAM free. So that's 64 gigs of RAM right there on 4 sticks that I didn't have to pay for, right? So yeah, I mean, I got 64 gigs of RAM for free. All that RAM is literally paired up with the 13900K right now. All my AMD EXPO RAM is paired up with the Intel 13th Gen CPU. All my Intel XMP based RAM, that's the dual rank, like high density stuff, is paired up with this CPU and this CPU. So, yeah. So I'm testing worst case scenario. So we're testing 128 gigs on a 7950X, and then I'm testing mismatched AMD EXPO RAM with an Intel 13th gen. Because everybody's like, oh, well, Intel's 13th gen IMC is so strong. Okay, well, let's put it to the test. Let's run mismatched RAM with it in 4 sticks and see what happens. So I'll be doing some stress tests on that probably tomorrow to see how stable that is. Because that's 64 gigs across 4 sticks, all single rank. And 2 of them are 5600 rated. The other 2 are 6000 rated. Obviously, I'm running them at 5600 because that's the lowest common denominator. And they're all Samsung DIMMs. So CL 36, 36, 36, 89. So that's what the 13900K is dealing with. This one's dealing with XMP Intel-based memory, but it's 128 gigs. So I'm actually utilizing all of my DDR5 right now. Intel's got all my free RAM. AMD's got all the big high-end RAM. Well, not really high-end RAM, but all the high-dense RAM.
Wait.
And then I've got like my Micron, El Cheapo.
Hello.
Wait, what is this?
Ominous, isn't it? I believe you have potions together. And herbology?
I recognize that voice. Heard you talking to Gareth Weasley in potions class. You're the new 5th year. Did you just come from the Undercroft? How did you get in there?
That room's called the Undercroft. Ah, well, I was exploring and then suddenly found myself in a strange passageway.
Don't lie to me. No one stumbles upon that room. Sebastian told you, didn't he? You breathe a word about this place to anyone, and not even your precious Professor Fig will be able to help you. My father is friends with the headmaster. I am not afraid to exploit that connection if I need to.
Trust me, Ominous. I won't say a word. And Sebastian is a good friend. You shouldn't immediately assume the worst of him.
I don't need you to tell me about my oldest friend. Thank you very much.
Ominous, I just meant...
I know what you meant. Sebastian gets himself in enough trouble. He doesn't need your help. Sebastian is going to get an earful about this.
Okay. Wait, there's no easy way in there, though. Hold on, how do I get in?
Lumos. Revelio.
I can't go in there. I can't go back in there by myself, though. Microcenter has a bundle. Yeah. I don't know about the free motherboard, though. You know, there's also a bundle with the 6950 XT. Did you know that if you buy the if you bundle the 6950 XT with any CPU, I forgot like what the deal is. I gotta go look it up now. But there was another deal, like with the 6950 XT. I gotta find it now. Hold on. Where is it at?
I would like to teach you Wingardium.
Yeah, you get $50 off. You essentially get $50 off the 6950 XT with the purchase of any CPU. It literally says in all caps. Hold on, where is this? Hold on. Look at this. It's not only is it $700, but it's like, okay, you get $50 off with the purchase of any CPU. That means you could pair this up with a 13th gen Intel CPU and you still get $50 off. Or obviously if you pair it up with an AMD CPU, you get $50 off. It doesn't even matter what CPU. You could pair this up with an 11th gen clearance Rocket Lake and you get $50 off. That's hilarious. And it looks like it's actually the AMD one. So somehow they got these. I don't even know how they got these. Because typically Digital River is the only distributor for this. So they must have got these somehow on the back end through like Disty or somehow. Or some way of getting these. I don't know what they did, but they have them. What's funny is like this is actually better than the like, in my opinion, this is way better value than the 4070 Ti. The 4070 Ti is such a terrible GPU. It's so dead on arrival. It's 12 gigs of RAM for $800 in 2023, and it performs the same as this guy. This thing is equal to a 4070 Ti, pretty much, and it has the amount of RAM that is on a 4080. And it's $200 cheaper. Technically $250 cheaper if you're bundling it with a CPU. So it's like, this is like kind of ridiculous. Like, what? So like, I would get this if I was doing a new build and I was budget limited. I would totally get this over a 4070 Ti. Like, if I was doing a full build, and if I didn't want to spend, you know, like $900 or $1,000 or above for one of the higher end NVIDIA or AMD cards, I would get this. I would literally get this. 16 gigs, $649 plus the CPU, and then I would just choose whatever CPU, right? Like, and then you can just pile on the deals. So now you've got like, where's those AMD deals? Like right here. Okay, so yeah, they've got the bundles for the 12th gen. So if you want 12th gen, and if you're okay with like an Asus Z690 motherboard, which means if you're a fan, like this doesn't work. These bundles don't work if you don't like Asus, or if you're an MSI fanboy, or if you want a Gigabyte board or an ASRock board or whatever, then these completely fall flat. Because you're forced into like an Asus motherboard. And I think it's like only a certain Asus motherboard. Yeah, you can choose between Tough, Prime, either DDR5 or DDR4. Yeah, so Tough or Prime. So basically, the more like entry-level Asus motherboards. $70 for the Asus motherboard. So that's still a pretty decent deal when you think about it. Like this one right here, 12700K for that. I mean, that's pretty good. And then okay, oh, they actually have a combo now for the 13700K. So this is new. So you get a 1 terabyte inland NVMe. So this is actually a pretty decent SSD. This is a PCIe Gen 4 SSD. So does it say like what the speed is or anything? Up to 5000 and 4300 on the SSD. So it's TLC flash. That's very, very good endurance, but it's only 1 terabyte though. So, but still, I mean, that's a decent bundle. So in my opinion, like Microcenter is like the king of deals. If you're someone who likes computer hardware, oh man, this is amazing. And then the AMD ones, the Ryzen ones are even more insane. So you get like, okay, so this one, this is new. I mean, I guess these were kind of there, but I didn't pay attention to them. So basically, like Zen 3 bundles are here, and these are really, really cheap. Well, I mean, this is like Zen 2, but this is basically, yeah, this is like a, I don't know, this is really old. So I would kind of avoid that one. But that is, you know, that's really, really, that's a very competitive price if you're just someone who just wants a computer. Yeah, there's that, and then, you know, that's pretty old. That's like 2019 technology right there. And then this one, you know, 5800X with an Asus B550. But, okay, here's the real deal. So, I think this is the one that you were talking about. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. So, I didn't know about this. This is new to me. So, $600 for basically all three of these things. So, that is pretty good. I did not know about this deal. This is a new deal that I did not know about. Flare X5. It's 32 gigs. It's the 6000. It's the fast RAM. So it's the fast RAM. It's 32 gigs of fast RAM with a B650E. And get this. This is a B650E. This isn't even like bargain bin B650. This means that this motherboard has 24 lanes all wired directly to the CPU. You know, no chipset nonsense. They're all going straight to the CPU, and they're all PCIe Gen 5. They're all PCIe Gen 5. 16 to the graphics card, and, you know, like 8 more for like 2 Gen 5 NVMe drives, or 1 Gen 5 NVMe drive, and then like 4 lanes for some other thing. Right, so it probably for 2 Gen 5 drives. Just looking at the layout on here. So, yeah, that is a pretty nice deal. I'm not gonna lie, like this right here, $600. So you know how much the motherboard that I bought was? The motherboard that I bought was this at launch. Why does it look like that? So the motherboard, this, I spent like, okay, $20 off the motherboard. I spent $480. I spent $480 just on this motherboard. $480, almost $500. Pretty much $500 on just the motherboard. You're getting, for just $100 more, you're essentially getting all the core components of the computer. Like, minus the GPU and the power supply. So, yeah, that's a pretty good deal. Wow. Okay, that's cool. And then, what else they got? Okay, then obviously, like, these didn't change. These are still the same deals. And then there's this. The $50. So basically, like, if you bought, like, what? This deal, this one, $600 for those 3, plus 6, so basically what, $1250 for like a full upgrade. The only thing that carries over from the old build is a power supply and the case and any peripherals. You don't need a GPU if you're running that computer as a work. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, totally. Like, you know what's funny? What's funny about this, and we were talking about this earlier in the stream. I don't think Joel was here when we were talking about PCIe Gen 5, because Microcenter now has the world's first Gen 5 SSD. I saw it in person earlier today. I was talking about it. Joey's gonna go and get one tomorrow. I thought about it, but I'm not gonna get it because I'm holding out for the X3D to see how those perform. But, you know, like, there it is. It's over 9,000 on the write speed, 10,000 read speed. But here's the crazy thing. Random read, 1.5 million IOPS on the random read. This is going to make the computer, like, this rivals DDR3 RAM. This literally rivals the speed of DDR3 memory. That's insane. So that's a thing now. And, you know, like, the cool thing about this motherboard can actually support this Gen 5 drive. In fact, it might be able to support 2 of them. And the other thing, too, is this motherboard, like Joel's saying, if you didn't want to put a GPU with this motherboard because you're just going to use it as a workstation, you can literally drive, what, 4... You can drive like 4 drives off of a PCIe card, all of them at Gen 5 speed, and then you still have 2 more native Gen 5 drive slots available. That's like such a sick deal. That's crazy. Oh man. Wow. With a 24-thread processor, like, and then the free 32 gigs of 6,000 megahertz RAM, like, this isn't even like cheapo RAM. This is actually good RAM. So it's like, wow. What is this? Ryzen 9 7950X. What about Ryzen 9 7950X? This is the Ryzen 9. So this bundle only applies to the 7900X. 7950X is only going to be this one with the memory for like 580. Think about that though. Think about how ridiculous this is. Like, this is just like, for what? For what? $12 more? For $12 more, you get the motherboard and you're sacrificing 4 cores. Like, what? But it's like, what? This is actually a good deal. See, this is the reason why, like, Microcenter has such a strong, like, fan following for people in the technology industry. This is why people like Jay's 2 Cents talk so positively about Microcenter. And the funny thing is, you can't, like, okay, you can't find this anywhere else. You cannot buy a PCIe Gen 5 drive from Amazon or Newegg today. Like, it's not gonna happen. They don't have them. But somehow, Microcenter actually has them before everybody else. The only other one that we know of was the one that was for sale in Japan. You know, like, that one was like, what, back in like the end of January or something? So now, and the thing is, we talked about this, there's like a whole, I'll put timestamps in the stream for those that weren't here for the first part of the stream, because now I'm just kind of repeating everything that I talked about like probably 2 hours ago. But all these Gen 5 drives, regardless of whether we're talking about Microcenter's own brand, which is Inland, or anybody else like Corsair or Crucial or all of them, they're all going to be basically the same exact SSD, because they're all going to be using the exact same Phison E26 controller for wear leveling and load balancing. So it's like, they're all going to be the same thing, essentially. So it's like, you can either go El Cheapo like I did and get the cheapest one for 2 terabytes, or, you know, you go high end and never look back. Because this is the sort of thing where it's like, I wonder, like, what happens if you run Forspoken with direct storage off of this SSD? Like, what actually happens? Maybe nothing. I don't know. Who knows? I don't, like, obviously the devs don't even know, because this thing didn't exist when they were making that game. You want to see 8K maxed out ray tracing native with 120. Okay. Okay. Instant load times on Cyberpunk and Warzone. Okay. I like how you said 129. 129 gigs of RAM. Okay, not really gonna be able to do that. 129 gigs of RAM. I don't know if that was meant to be a joke or what. I don't know. Like, but yeah, like this is next gen, guys. Like everybody's talking about like what's coming out. What's the new hardware for 2023? Well, this is it. You get this, and you get AMD's X3D CPUs if you're someone who lives in the consumer market. And now, obviously, like, Intel's Xeon stuff is going into the workstation market, and then AMD's Threadripper 7000 is going to come into the workstation market, too, later this year. So, I mean, you have all this workstation stuff, but no one really cares about that stuff. I don't know. I think Unity is just kind of like... The 4090 has 120 what? 70 the 7990 the 7990 the 7990 is funny because I mean like that thing actually already exists. It's old, but it's around. Radeon HD 7990. Let's go take a look at it. There it is, boys. The 7990. AMD Radeon HD 7990. April 24th, 2013. This thing will be 10 years old in a few months. There it is. The 7990. Look at that. Oh, man. 5 display outs. Dual 8-pin. $79.90 XT. No, I know what you mean. It's funny, this thing has like RAM on the back. I never knew that about it. Oh, they had to put the RAM on the back because, well, how much RAM does this thing actually have? 3? Oh, times 2, so 6. Okay, but 3 per die. Yeah, well, that's the end of the dual. Man, the dual GPUs were an interesting idea. Because I remember, like, if you were running if you were running one of these, it was like you always had Crossfire or SLI, and then like the other thing about this, if you had two of these, like if you're going dual, if somebody was running dual HD 7990s, that was technically not, so that was called quad fire. That was called quad fire. If you had like two GTX 690s, that was quad SLI. That was not four-way SLI. That was quad SLI. Four-way would be like 4 individual graphics cards, all interconnected using the SLI bridge. We will see if a GPU can do 8K Ultra maxed out in 2023. AMD doesn't use X version of RAM, only what? Either... Huh? Okay, you guys are losing me. I don't know. I think I can't take any of this stuff seriously anymore. Alright, let's... I don't... You lost me with the 8K and the 7990 XTX and the 4090 Ti and all that stuff. Joel, yeah, 2023, we'll see AMD GDDR7. Wait, these guys are like doing the same action? What the? They're doing the exact same action. And then everybody, like, I come over and like everybody gets up and leaves. They don't want to hear about all this computer hardware. They're like, nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Wait, hold up, guys. I want to tell you about PCIe Gen 5. Let's see 8K. Oh my god. Alright, Unity. Awesome, man. Thanks for stopping by. Fallouts. No, Unity's here for Hogwarts, totally, with the Unity Tech Future. It's all about the magic of Hogwarts in 8K on a 7990 XTX with that GDDR7X. Yeah, see, the thing you gotta do for 8K, you need to have an XFX RX 7990 XTX with GDDR7X. with a Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. Yeah. That was no. See, obviously he was just like joking the whole time. I could tell from the very first comment. Like, none of that was meant to be serious. All that stuff about 4090 Ti and all that. Alright, well, okay, is it night? Yeah, it's night. Okay. So I guess we're kind of done with the stream. I've been okay, this stream is very, very long. This is probably one of my longest streams ever. We've been live for 5 hours and 39 minutes. So we're pretty much at the end here. I'm gonna have to put timestamps in this live stream because there were too many tech topics that were covered. Namely PCIe Gen 5, the X3D, the AM5 platform. Again, we kind of reiterated stuff that was in previous streams, like motherboards, because people were asking about motherboards. The graphics cards, I don't really think we talked about those that much. I mean, we talked about ARC. We talked about ARC A770. I ranted really, really bad earlier in the stream about Wild Hearts and why I'm not able to play that game anymore. So I will put a timestamp in that. I'm not gonna like rehash that whole thing again. It's all EA's fault though. So I guess the good news is that because I'm not gonna be covering Wild Hearts anymore, that means that there's gonna be more Hogwarts Legacy. Everybody's favorite game, Hogwarts Legacy, is gonna be more of this. Maybe Forspoken, but realistically probably not. And then that's gonna drag, like, Hogwarts is gonna drag out until March 3rd, which is when we'll switch over to Wolong Fallen Dynasty, which will hopefully not be the travesty that Wild Hearts was when it launched, although the game itself is fine, just EA. I just can't do any EA games, like, sorry, like, refund time. The 5090 will be the first GPU that can run Cyberpunk at 4K max settings with Ultra RT on at 60. I mean, I guess, maybe. I don't even know what the 4090 can do with RT 4K max. Like, I don't even know what the number is. Without any sort of upscaling. So hold on a second. Is Cyberpunk harder to run than Forspoken? All right, Hades. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'll be back in another stream. Let me go back to. I'm just gonna teleport to. No, not there. This no. Where's my room? The 4090 is getting like 30, 40. It's really that bad? So that's worse than... Okay. Okay, wow, I didn't know that. Oh, they're already going to class again? Alright, well, I'm going back to the room. I treat this game kind of like an MMO. I just kind of like log out in the room. I don't like log out in the middle of nowhere. It's like it's dawn, but I'm going to sleep. I can't open that.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel
I
was
think my
before I
room
invented
is
blue
it
collar.
upstairs or down? I never remember. I think it's like this. Or maybe, no, I think this is a girl's room. I think my room is on the downstairs. Okay, I gotta think about Wild Hearts because, man, I really wanted to play that game and I did play it and it was pretty fun, but if I'll have to buy the game a second time because I refunded it. I don't know what Steam's policy is like if you refund a game and then you want to buy it again, because they already accepted my refund. They already refunded my money for Wild Hearts, but it's like, what if I want to buy it again in the future? Like, am I banned from purchasing it for like a certain length of time or something? I've never, see, the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I have never done a refund on Steam until today. Like, this was the first refund that I've ever done. So I have no idea. But anyway, I guess I'll have to look into that. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really need to play Wild Hearts. It's a fun game, but it's literally just Monster Hunter, just from a different developer with a different style. It runs pretty good, like, as long as, like, I don't know what it is about, like, these new games, but Wild Hearts has the same problem that Forspoken had. Like, you have to have a ton of RAM, you have to have a ton of VRAM, otherwise the game will be stutter street everywhere. Or you have to have, like, you have to have a GPU that actually is on some kind of internal approved list. Otherwise, the game won't even render using your GPU, aka Intel Arc. The game refuses to render on Intel Arc, and instead, it will render off of my integrated Ryzen 7700X graphics. I have to go into BIOS and disable this, so that I have literally just Intel Arc as the only GPU. So then it will actually run on Intel Arc. So things like this are kind of unacceptable at launch, and then, you know, like EA just ruined it. EA literally ruined it because I can't benchmark the game on more than like one PC. So I don't know. I guess I could just I just have to pretend that Wild Hearts doesn't exist. So like all of my gaming efforts, all the gaming content will literally be Hogwarts Legacy until I finish Hogwarts Legacy. And hopefully I can finish this game because I'm basically going at a snail's pace compared to everyone else that I know. Like some of the people I know have already finished this game a while ago, and they already have like 4 characters or whatever, and they're like doing like all the different houses. Meanwhile, I'm still like on my first playthrough, so obviously I'm not moving at the right pace. And then the other thing too is, well, I mean, Forspoken I guess is now officially a benchmark type game for me. I'm not really gonna I don't know, I probably won't be able to play it, not enough time. Aside from like benchmarking stuff or testing like whatever, RAM stability or something. And then, so that leaves, you know, this game. So any stream that I do where it's going to be gaming related, it's going to be this game until March 3rd. And then, okay, that tells me that that's my time frame. Somewhere between now and March 3rd, I need to finish Hogwarts Legacy. I guess that gives me a pretty decent runway. And now that I have Wild Hearts out of the way, that's not in the picture anymore, I don't have to fight, like, those 2 games don't have to fight against each other for stream time, if that makes sense. So it's all just dedicated to one game now. Alright, well, I guess this is a good ending point. Let's see, we're at 5 hours and 47 minutes, almost 5 hours, 48 minutes. So very, very long stream. I'm gonna have to put a lot of timestamps in this video because we covered a lot of stuff in here, way more than I thought we would. But anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. Once again, thank you again for watching, as always, and I will see you guys in the next one. Thanks.